Good morning, Internet. I am Heel Harry. We're here with Big Ty. We're going to talk about this week in wrestling. Got a big Raw 30 to go over. We got a really minuscule and non-eventful SmackDown to kind of brush over. And then we have a big Royal Rumble that just happened. We're going to talk all about that. Then we got a couple stories. Bellas ran out their mouths over Raw. They weren't too happy with the representation. And what else are we talking about? Roman said, fuck that. That's as far as wrestling Bray Wyatt. And I can't say I've learned. So sit back, relax, get yourself a drink, put your feet up. Let's get right into it. Real quick, I just kind of wanted to talk about AEW for once. We'll start off with that. Mark Briscoe finally made his television debut. As far as I know, I don't know if Ring of Honor was ever on TV, if he was featured because of the whole Jay Briscoe stuff. But
that was his first.
It was.
That was his first appearance.
Yeah, and he did wrestle Jay Lethal, and it was a fantastic match, and it was probably the only time I was ever looking forward to seeing anything AEW related. So yeah, it was pretty great.
It was such a great match, such a good, well done tribute to Jay Briscoe. They finally did the right thing. They were in that video package.
Right.
That's what they were getting a lot of heat for previous. Like, no, they're not running a video package because, of the whole thing that happened. Don't even know. Don't care.
Right.
But I know something happened that he said years ago, and, TNT has been holding that grudge. But,
over a decade.
yeah. So they've been holding that grudge. They decided to let it go. So.
Which you got to think, like, some crimes, 7 years, you can't be convicted on anymore because the length of time. So I don't know. There's a tweet. I think that kind of pales in comparison.
That's what they. What was the saying? Google is forever, or the internet is forever, or something like that.
Oh well. So are your actions and the consequences that you have to live with.
Yeah, you can't go apologizing for things. You gotta. Once you make a mistake, no matter how old it is, you can't ever come back from it.
Well,
they won't allow it.
Well, before we get too off track on that, I just want to say it was nice that like there wasn't a whole lot of like sobbing and shit. Like Mark really held himself like a gentleman, and I wish I like if I ever went through something like that, I wish I could carry myself like he did. It did kind of annoy me that Tony Khan had to put himself front row and center, like he always does. So I did notice that. But aside from that, it's good for him that he's on TV. Hopefully they continue it. It'd be interesting to see what they do with the Ring of Honor tag belts. I don't know if he's going to vacate them or.
Yeah, it'd be definitely. I think they don't want to, talk about it yet.
Right.
But at some point, they're just going to have to do something. I kind of got the idea of maybe, at least one match or something. He, does the match by himself, like a handicap match.
He would be crazy enough to do it.
Like, I'm doing this for my brother or something.
Yeah.
And then,
well, he could even lose that way.
Handicap match.
Like, he could have like a nice little run where he, wins a couple handicap matches and then he wrestles a real team and just the skill.
You can just imagine, and that's a beautiful way to, if you do like a new up and coming team, he's on this emotional run, and then they come in and they don't give a fuck about all of it.
Right.
It's like there's only one of you, and we're gonna treat it as such. There's no heartfelt story here, and they just run through them.
Yeah. But yeah, it was really nice to see him on TV, and We didn't really discuss the Jay Briscoe stuff because one, it's not really our place to talk about other people's tragedies, and two, we want to keep this show as positive as possible. And I can't think of anything more positive than Mark getting on TV and getting to celebrate the life of his brother.
Well, I just want to say also to add on to that, I personally couldn't. I didn't know enough about Jay Briscoe's work to speak on it really, so
Mm,
we did decide that it was best to not do it since we wouldn't give him justice enough.
that's true too. Anyway, on to Raw. You did watch Raw,
On
right?
to, of course, I watched Raw.
All right. You were excited
Told
for
you
this
I was-
too. Did it live up to your expectations?
It exceeded it.
Exceeded it. Was it the Hulk Hogan part?
It was not the Hulk Hogan part. Hogan was actually the down part of the show.
Really?
Well, not the down part of the show. He was botching. His mic wasn't working.
Hey, he's had like 100 back surgeries. Give him a break. The fact that he can just stumble out there.
Yeah, I did see a report that something about he can't he has no feeling below his legs or something, or below his waist.
Sounds about right. He was on Instagram or something. Like like had back surgery like a year or so ago, and like he was still walking with a cane and shit. So I would imagine that he's still recuperating if he can recuperate at all. It was still cool seeing him though, because it's fucking Hulk Hogan. I wish he could still leg drop somebody once.
Yeah, I don't think he can.
No,
I don't think he can physically do it. If he
No.
wanted to, he couldn't.
I don't think he can lift his leg.
Well, that comes in time, I guess. If it was just like a surgery, then he can recuperate from that.
And we'll see. He is getting up there in age. Even
Okay.
Hulkamania has to stop
On the-
stop running.
We just talked about keeping a positive show, and you're going there.
Well, this is different. This is an old man going out to pasture versus a youngish man losing his life prematurely. Damn near losing his daughters. Anyway,
That's true.
Jimmy Hart was there too. He just came out. Did he say anything? I don't remember.
No, it was just Hogan.
Okay. Yeah, he just pretty much pimped out Raw. Talked about how it started and blah, 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 blah. How great it is.
Yeah, and did his shtick. What you gonna do?
Then they showed another Raw package. Again, showing what Raw used to be like when it was awesome. The little Blue remix song I really started disliking immensely.
I don't know. I kind of like.
Okay. We'll have to agree to disagree. And then we get... Go ahead.
No, nope. That's okay.
All right.
We don't need to break down that song.
Good, good. Then we get to... let me put some stuff down. Get to the main event of the evening, as far as I'm concerned. We have the trial of Sami Zayn. So the bloodline comes out, and we notice right away that Sami is not dancing at all. He looks pretty somber, actually. So they're playing it, they're playing it perfectly. He knows he's fucked, and his chances of being unfucked are pretty remote. So he's acting accordingly.
Yeah, he's walking off in the distance, and like he's not with the group, but he's with the group.
Right. It's like he's a lamb and with wolves. So they replayed the Kevin Owens taking out the four Samoans single-handedly, and then Sami coming out late. And immediately the crowd loves Sammy. Sammy Uso. They're cheering for him because he's over as fuck, right? The visual,
Indeed, he is.
yeah, just the visual of everybody just on one side of the ring while Sammy was standing alone was just like really nice.
Yeah, and even the way he was sitting, like when they were doing the court, and he's sitting off by himself. It's the little things.
yeah, like you could feel the tension and you could just see how alone Sammy looked. It looked like everybody was literally against him. And remember, the last time we saw him, everybody in the bloodline was staring at him while he was holding the contract, and Kevin Owens was blowing him kisses.
Yeah.
So the only thing that breaks up the tension is the crowd immediately starts chanting ECW. And at first I'm like, why the fuck are they chanting ECW? That's so stupid. And then I realized that, Paul Heyman. Like, okay.
Paul Heyman, and they were in Philly.
Well, yeah, I got that, but it makes sense. Because if it was, I don't know, if it was like Alpha Academy or something and they were chanting ECW, that'd be for other reasons, right?
Right.
So, to me, I couldn't connect as to why they were chanting ECW immediately. And then, you got five people in the ring and Paul Heyman, who you going to give the microphone to? Paul Heyman.
Of course.
So then it made sense. Like, oh, okay, yeah. So Paul Heyman, he says ECW is dead. And then he turns and looks at Sammy and says he wishes that he was dead too. And he just looks at him. He calls Sammy a Judas. He says he's been conspiring with Kevin Owens since day one. He said he's been leading the bloodline on into how much he belongs and how much he loves them and blah, 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 blah. He says he's just like the Eagles fans because they're going to get conquered by Brock Purdy. Of course, the fans hate him now.
Yes, of course, the Dastardly Hill. But they are going to get conquered, by the way. Yeah, I agree with him.
We'll see.
He's telling no lies there. Brock Purdy.
We'll see. So then Paul Heyman conveniently has a little exhibit of evidence of Sami Zayn's treachery. And of course it's video clips because it's wrestling. The first video clip, which shows McIntyre jump the Usos while Sami is running away, like the gutless coward that he is, Heyman says. The next clip shows Jay handing Sami a chair. He's wanting Sami to hit a defenseless Kevin Owens, and Sami's hesitating. And I think this was before War Games.
Yeah, both of those clips, the McIntyre thing and the chair thing, was before War Games.
Okay, so Sami ultimately doesn't do anything with the chair. Jay gets in the ring and he's stunned by Owens and he loses the match. Heyman turns to Jay and he says, "Jay, I'm sorry you had to live through that." After War Games, the next clip is after War Games. Sammy's celebrating alone on top of the cage, and he did the For Life sign. I don't even think he did For Life. I just think he did something. So then Heyman goes, "Who are we? The NWO? The Four Horsemen? The Dangerous Lions?" Look at him just sitting all alone celebrating while we're all down there. So then he shows another clip of, it's when Sammy's doing a promo against, this was after War Games. Sammy does a promo on Kevin Owens. Or was it before War Games? It was either the night before or the night after War Games. Sammy's talking shit to Kevin Owens, and then he steps up to the hard camera, and then he incidentally brushes Roman Reigns.
Yeah.
And Heyman loses his shit. He goes, "That's assault. That's assault on the tribal chief. What's next? Do you want to euthanasia his father? Castrate his sons? That's an assassination attempt on..." And he begs Roman to find the rat bastard Sami Zayn guilty. Then he rests, and I blew a nut all over the place.
That's what got you?
Fuck yeah. That was the best part of the whole thing.
Oh, okay.
So Zayn stands up. It's his turn to talk now. He looks at Roman, looks at the rest of the bloodline, and he finally looks at Paul, and he says, "You know what? I really thought how I was trying to predict how I would feel in this moment right now, and I had a whole defense prepared, but after seeing that video clip, and you call me schmooly and pretend to be nice, that really hurt." He basically says that he resents being put on trial, and he says, "You know what? My defense is I have no defense." And he throws the mic down. And he just looks, puts his chest out. Sammy's defiant.
He says, "I'll take whatever you're gonna throw at me."
Yep. Roman doesn't like this. He's pissed. He's pissed Sami Zayn won't fight for it. This is his blood. This is family. This is what he'd die for. He's pissed that Sami doesn't feel the same way. So he calls for Sikoa Joe. And Joe is about to fuck up Sami with the Samoan spike. You can see it too. He stalks him like a fucking lion. Sammy's just standing there like a goat, just chained to a fucking tree. Sikoa Joe's rawr. He stands behind Sami and he goes, "Die!" And out of nowhere, who fucking stops him? Who's the last person that you would think would stop him? Jay goddamn Uso. The guy not like a couple months ago hated his face. He's stopping Sikoa Joe from fucking Sami Zayn up.
Stopped him from getting kicked out of the whole bloodline.
Yep. He stopped him from getting a jugular wound. Because he was going to get Samoan spiked by Sikoa Joe. That wouldn't have been good. I don't know. Well, we'll see. Anything to add to that so far?
No, I just think it was all done like
Perfect?
everything was perfect
Yeah.
up until this point.
Up until this point?
Well, up to this point.
Oh, okay.
Everything
Okay.
had been done perfect. Paul Heyman putting this clips together.
Mm-hmm.
Sami Zayn's like, "Really, you're doing this to me?"
Right.
Whatever. And then Roman Reigns like, "You're not." Reminded me of like past relationships. What? You're not gonna fight for this?
Right.
Like that made him more pissed off that he wouldn't fight for it.
I've given all my actions so far has indicated that I don't want you here, but the fact that you don't
Yeah.
want to be here.
Yeah. Like how dare you not fight for this?
Right.
That made him more mad.
So Jay says, "You all due respect, OG. I got my own footage." And he sure as shit has his own footage. So he shows Sami Zayn playing Roman's music to help Usos win a tag match. I think it was a championship match. Next clip shows Sami taking a claymore for Roman. Drew McIntyre was about to fuck Roman's day up, but Sami took it for him. The next clip shows Sami Zayn taking a chair shot for Sikoa Joe. The next clip shows Sami stopping Sheamus from breaking up a pin attempt for the Usos. The Usos were in a tag match. Sheamus tried to break up a pinfall attempt. Sami Zayn grabbed his leg, stopped him from getting in the ring Usos won. And then it showed the War Games thing where Sammy hell of a kicked Kevin Owens and let Jay splash Kevin Owens.
Yeah, as we put it, the heel Sami Zayn went heel.
Right.
Like he just doubled down on his already being heel.
So Jay says, this man has taken so many bullets for you and me and the bloodline. My man is basically bulletproof. For some reason, that got a pop. I thought it was corny. He said, he never gave up on me. That's what family does. My tape demonstrates his loyalty to and love to the family. And he says, throw your ones in the sky. Sammy should stay in the blue. Throw your ones in the sky if Sammy should stay in the bloodline. I love you, Sammy. And then Jay throws up his one. And then Jimmy Uso stands up and he throws up a one. And then you hear, thank you, Usos. Thank you, Usos.
As the whole crowd is also throwing up the ones.
Yes.
Solo's not.
So Solo's just standing there all pissed like I didn't get to kill something today. Roman's beside himself. He doesn't know what the fuck's going on. Like he's in a precarious situation. He can't just go on his orders now because now part of the bloodline is kind of against that decision. So he's got to play it carefully. And Paul Heyman looks like he just took it up the ass. Roman kind of sits, he deliberates, doesn't say anything for a while. Then he finally speaks and he says, I find you not guilty for now. You better thank Jay. He bought you more time. Finish tonight, make the bloodline proud, and I don't want to ever see you again until Saturday. And that's where you deliver your final test. See if you're bloodline or not. And that was the end of the segment. It was perfect.
Well,
oh, did I miss something?
No. I don't know if it was the end of the segment because the next part of it kind of bled into the tag match.
Well, that was the end of the trial. Excuse me.
Yeah, that was the end of the trial.
Yeah, and that was the trial of Sami Zayn. Cut that last part out.
Cut the whole thing.
Yeah, you're gonna have to dig it up.
Be cutting and flopping all over the show.
Yep. You're right. That did bleed into the Judgment Day, and it's the Dominique Mysterio and Damian Priest version of Judgment Day versus the Usos. Which I kind of thought that made the outcome predictable because Balor wasn't in it. Didn't it?
Well, I thought the outcome was already predictable.
Well, I'm just saying it made it even more predictable. Because, I mean, no way is Dominique Mysterio going to beat the Usos.
Well, remember they said they took the titles from Dominique and
Exactly.
Ray.
They took them. Dominique is not skilled enough to beat the Usos. Balor and Priest would be believable, not Dominique. So they went into the break at the very beginning of the match, and it kind of made it seem like it started in the middle of the match, so it was really hard to kind of get into the flow that way. So I was kind of out of it from the beginning. Finn was kicked out pretty early for cheating. There was a part where your boy Kevin was talking about how anxious Ripley looked, and then she snapped at him. Give the devil her due. That was pretty funny. It was a nice little touch. I thought she was a little good mascot to a point. Um, Jimmy Uso did a suicide dive, and then he started selling his leg like he couldn't move. And there was a point he tried to get up, and then he just immediately fell over. So then Jay and Sammy, they're picking him up to take him to the locker room. Now, obviously they're pointing to Sammy and Jay finishing the match, but you got to get there. So they're going to the back, and then Adam Pierce, he said, "What? Oh, he's not ready to. He's not fit to compete. Well, if he's not fit to compete, he has to forfeit his tag match or their tag belts." Now keep that in mind. So that they deliberate for a little bit, and Sammy says, "You know what? I'll do it. Let me do it. I'll go in Jimmy's place. We'll defend the tag titles." Pierce says he did it for Judgment Day. He'll do it for the Usos. Matches.
Very important statement there.
Yes.
Well, I let the Judgment Day do this a couple weeks ago, so there's your logic gap. I let the Judgment Day do it, so now I'm gonna let you do it.
Well, there was something on SmackDown that just kind of irked me, but we'll get there.
Is it? Michael Cole said it
Said what?
because I know what you're talking about. And he said, "Why do you got to go bringing logic into this?"
Well, there you go. I'm kind of tired of Pierce. He's. I wish they had a better authority person. I don't know. He's just there too much. Like we just had like major storylines involving the authority and the corporation and all that shit. Like, can't we have a rest from that? Can't we have a generation where we just don't have anybody majorly involved in shit all the time like that?
Well, I think it's good to have for me personally, I think it's good to have like a on-screen authority figure because when you don't have one, and they went for a long time without having a on-screen authority figure, and it seems like the inmates are just running the asylum, like they're making their own matches, and you know that was big on the just I'm calling you out for a title match, and that was how we got to a match era. So I
Oh
like
man,
the on-screen authority figure.
remember when they had the laptop?
Oh yeah, laptop was great. And I quote, he said,
Yeah, the laptop that never
the
went anywhere.
laptop.
It just
Every time
disappeared.
you, this tells you how great the laptop was. It got over every time you hear that chime sound. The people would start booing before Michael Cole even like went up, and then that got Michael Cole over as a heel because he was always reading the message, and people thought it was him.
Right.
They never revealed who that GM was.
No. The only thing I know about the GM is Punk said it was really stupid, and he refused to tell what the conclusion was. It was that stupid. Which he could have just said that.
Oh, yeah.
Like, I got a really big dick. I don't want to tell you how long it is, though. It's just really big.
Pretty much.
Um, so immediately, Sammy, for some reason, did the exact same move that hurt Jimmy, which I thought was kind of funny. Like, zero awareness there. I kind of want to ask Corey Graves how Dominique tastes because he was riding his dick like through the whole fucking match.
He's getting Dom over.
Yeah. Then there was a moment where Jey Uso super kicks. I don't know. I don't know if it was Dominique or Damian Priest. I think he super kicked both of them. And then Ripley comes in and does her little chin tap faggotry, and of course nothing happens. So this would be the second.
No,
Go ahead.
you know, Rhea Ripley, she's getting over as the face of the women's division. I would say she's becoming a big deal. And,
Mm-hmm.
on the show they all call her mommy. So I think as we go on with the show, we should definitely respect what her name is and call her mommy. So if you could redo that and just say mommy instead of Rhea Ripley, go ahead, say it. Say it.
So this would be the second week in a row that she has targeted the unhinged Samoan in the heel faction to hit her, and nothing happens to her. Of course, fuck Rhea Ripley. Then I skipped to the Uso win because I was done with the match after that. I did notice that when they were celebrating, Sammy immediately handed Jay back the belts. He was like, "They're yours." I thought that was nice little part of the story.
Yeah, and this again, it was a continuation from the trial because you have during the trial you have Jey Uso standing up for Sami Zayn to save him from getting kicked out of the bloodline. And then when the trips were on the line, they're about to have to forfeit their title. Who steps up? None other but Sami Zayn, of all people, to help Jey Uso. So
What you knew was going to happen as soon as Jimmy couldn't stand up. You're like, okay.
I know, but it was Jey Uso of all things. Such a perfect story to tell, especially when you have Jey Uso. He was the one that's always been like, this guy's not with us, this guy's not with us. And then he finally brings him in and lets him in. And then you have Sami Zayn stepping up to help that one person that was his last believer. It was so emotional.
Well, he kind of believed on him after War Games.
I know, I'm just saying.
He embraced him after
he was
War
the
Games.
last.
That's when Roman started souring on him for some reason.
I know, I'm just saying. He was the last one to let him on board.
Yeah.
And now he's like
Which is
full on bromance with him.
As soon as he was on board with Jay, he was off board with Roman.
Yeah. It's like someone's not gonna like him in.
Yeah. Anything else to add with that?
No, just a beautiful segment.
It was great.
Perfectly.
It was a good match, except for Rhea Ripley had to fuck it up. All right, so then we have LA Knight.
LA Knight.
I'll let you do this one.
Well, I'm not gonna go in as thorough as you did. So, yes, what a surprise! We have LA Knight, the SmackDown megastar, coming over to Monday Night Raw, and he gets into the ring. He says he calls Bray Wyatt an incel who plays with puppets,
Which was a great
living on
line.
his past. Yeah, who's living on his past glory, just like all of the legends here back for Raw 30. And he says that to give everybody a preview of what's going to happen at the Pitch Black match, he challenges any legend who's got a tingle in their loins to step up. Yeah, to step up. And we're waiting for a little bit. No one knows he's going to come out. All of a sudden you hear dong.
Dong.
And you're just like, oh,
And it's not
Undertaker.
AC/DC.
And of course, everybody's popping because they think it's the Undertaker. But there's a twist. I'm an American badass. And The American Badass is back after, I don't know, 20, 30 years. It's been, I mean, not 30 years, but 20 years on Raw.
What the fuck is Samoa Joe
First, what?
doing?
After 30 years, we have the American Badass. He comes out to the curtain with his bike. He had trouble getting the bike out, I'll go ahead and say that. What is he doing? But yeah, so the Undertaker, he has trouble getting his bike out.
I guess I didn't notice. They always look awkward going around the ring and shit.
Well, yeah, he had trouble getting it through the ramp, and then as he circles around the ring, it looked like he was struggling getting the stand out, so to lean the bike on.
I didn't really.
But through all that,
I do know
through all that he gets into the ring.
Him being the American Badass, that just tells me he didn't want to get dressed up as the Undertaker. Fuck that! I'm retired. I'm gonna wear my T-shirt.
Well, I mean that's
it works.
The other Undertaker that never comes out.
It makes sense because the dead man's retired, so that's closer to Mark Calloway, so he can kind of transcend and blur the lines. I just thought it was funny. It was an observation I had.
Yeah, so he gets into the ring. LA Knight. Now we have a stare down. LA Knight and The Undertaker as the American Badass.
And you can tell The Undertaker's been enjoying the beer. He does not look like...
Could you?
Yeah, he had a beer gut.
Well, he is retired.
I know, I'm just saying. You can tell he's been enjoying it.
Yeah. So we have LA Knight, he's like, what a moment! Just think, LA Knight sends The Undertaker to The Undertaker. Which was a great line there. And he basically says, I'm going to give you a pass and let you enjoy your retirement. Go home to your family. And he gets out of the ring. And as he starts to leave the arena, the lights go out again.
Of course.
But this time you hear the piano playing. I don't know.
You hear a worse song playing.
Bray Wyatt's music is too new. But
you
Bray
hear
Wyatt,
a song that didn't cost as much money playing.
Okay.
Because Kid Rock would be more
and you get
expensive than whatever.
Whoever that is.
Yeah. It's a joke.
So, Bray Wyatt's music hits, and he comes out on the entrance ramp. So now you have LA Knight in between Bray Wyatt and The Undertaker, rocking a hard place.
Yeah.
And he's so afraid of Bray Wyatt, he decides to pick The Undertaker. So he gets back into the ring. He doesn't really pick him, but he's backing up, and then he gets back into the ring to a waiting Undertaker. The Undertaker, he does the motion, gets LA Knight into a chokeslam motion, and Bray Wyatt's in the ring at this point. And Undertaker looks at Bray Wyatt while he's still holding LA Knight in the chokehold. And then he passes LA Knight over to Bray Wyatt, who hits LA Knight with his Sister Abigail, passing the torch. The new face of evil from the old face of evil. And then we get a stare down between The Undertaker and LA Knight. I'm sorry. And then we get a stare down between LA Knight. Golly! Bray Wyatt. After the Sister Abigail, we get the stare down. Bray Wyatt and The Undertaker. As the crowd chants, holy shit. The only time they did that in the night. Undertaker whispers something into Bray Wyatt's ear. What? We will never know, unfortunately. And then he leaves the ring. End of segment.
End of segment. LA Knight is wasted, man. He's so good.
He's wasted?
Yeah. For him to just be fucking rabbit food for Bray Wyatt and his nonsense.
What do you mean? The guy got to share the ring with The Undertaker and Bray Wyatt.
And he
The
got to
two
make
hottest.
he was made to look like an idiot. And at no point during this whole feud has he even looked like a threat to Bray Wyatt. He slapped him a couple times.
I don't know. I think he's made himself a star.
He's been a fucking. He's
No
made
one-
himself
no
a
one-
star. This program has made him a joke.
Okay.
And Wyatt, or not Wyatt, Taker passing the torch. That's because there ain't no options.
When LA Knight wins Money in the Bank, we'll see if he's a joke still.
We'll see.
And yeah. Now you start to get people. I don't know if I'm not gonna take credit for saying it first, but now you've got people saying, "Hey, didn't Stone Cold need a match? This guy right here, LA Knight, would be a perfect match for Stone Cold."
Yeah, it's definitely not going to be Lesnar now.
Oh, for Stone Cold,
Yeah.
good. Didn't want it that match anyway.
Oh, that would have been a classic. It would have been a 47-star Matt Technician special. All
I
right.
guess. The new rumors is it's going to be. Well, I guess LA Knight would be the new rumor. CM Punk is the other guy, but no way that's going to happen.
Oh, that'd be nice though. I'd be stoked to see that.
I would sit on a dildo if that.
God, I hope it happens now.
That's how confident I am.
I hope
Bear
it
ass too.
happens now.
No, bare ass. It would go in. You understand?
All right. You're... You heard it here, folks. Here first.
Yes.
Do we even want to go to the next match?
I'm just saying that's how confident I am that match is not happening at this WrestleMania.
Well, I kind of hope it does now. You know you gotta do it live.
It'd have to be on another site.
That's cool. We'll link it. You want to see some fucked up shit? You want to see a dead body?
I have to start with like a YouTuber intro.
Oh shit! Just sitting in there with that two-tone lighting. Hi guys.
Yeah. And then today, as I stick it on the table, I'm gonna stick this.
Make sure you hit that notification bell. Ah!
Make sure you hit that like button.
Hit that like button. Ooh, it tickles.
And then I'm holding myself up on the table, like so I can control. So I can,
God damn. Ugh. Holy shit.
I'm kind of holding myself up, and then my hands slip and I go all the way down,
Oh.
all at once. Just like, oh.
Oh. So yeah,
Well,
now
that
I
took a
really,
turn.
yeah. You guys went on for 10 minutes about shoving a dildo up your ass. I want subscribing. I'm
But
sorry,
that,
the dildo up the ass is part of the show. Can't change it.
yeah, then you just gotta have to deal with that.
Where were we?
So we move on to the women's cage match.
Oh, yeah,
Becky Lynch versus Bayley. This was a match that's been advertised for weeks. And so, because of what happened previously, well, I guess I'll go in this order. So, Bayley makes her entrance. She's standing in the cage. Becky Lynch makes her entrance. Before she's able to get into the cage, out of nowhere comes Dakota Kai and Io Sky.
Kai and Sky.
And, yeah. And this time, the tag team champions actually were able to handle the one Becky Lynch.
That's because she didn't have any stuffed animals in her arsenal.
Yeah. She didn't have her secret weapon. And they start beating down Becky Lynch. Out comes Bayley from the cage. Now it's a 3-on-1 beatdown. And again, the match still has not started.
Sure hasn't.
They lock themselves in the cage and continue the beatdown.
Sort of. They only
Out,
did like 4 moves to her.
yeah, it wasn't much of a beatdown.
They would do a slow move, and then they'd stand on her for a little bit, and then they'd slowly do another move. It wasn't. I don't know. I'm thinking of like when Dusty Rhodes was trapped with Arn Anderson, not Arn Anderson, Ole Anderson. They were just beating the fuck out of him before they were able to get inside the cage.
Mm-hmm.
But here it's just like slow move, mugging for the camera, slow move, mugging for the camera, and then they finally get inside the cage, and of course they break it up, but they're all celebrating.
Well, what I took out of this was the you could tell they were struggling to get the cage open,
Yeah.
like real life. So what I took out of it is that was a little botch. It was supposed to go smoother than that. Like,
So you're telling me the
so
wrestlers couldn't
they.
do a couple more wrestling moves to
Well, I'm
compensate for?
saying that's why they were breaking because they thought. I guess as the script went, it was supposed to end sooner than what it did, so they had to ad lib, and they were, you know,
They suck.
that's why that's why they were taking their time because
They
they would
suck
ad lib and then they had to check and see where the progress was
because they suck.
because they can't ad lib.
That means they
Not everybody
suck.
can ad lib.
You
Not
can't.
everybody can ad lib.
You just do wrestling moves.
Well, anyway, so the match never gets started, and that's how we end the segment.
That's the best
And
women's match I've seen in a while.
yeah, Damage Control actually got the upper hand this time.
They did. And sorry, all sarcasm aside, that was very old school, where you'd have like a big match set up and it never really starts because the baby face gets jumped or whatever, and it's basically just a beat down. So that all it does is extend whatever feud they were gonna have. So it's probably gonna be Bayley and Becky, and if not Elimination Chamber, it'll be WrestleMania.
Right. Yeah, they both got eliminated, so we could take this into Mania.
Yeah,
Now, of course, this set people off online
of course.
because they got clickbaited essentially for this match.
They don't
Um,
understand wrestling.
well, the report came out that this match, it it was actually planned to be a match, but
Hmm.
because the best segment of Monday Night Raw ran long, they had to cut in other places, so this was the match that just got cut essentially.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Oh, I think this is it's probably better than what they could have done if they wrestled. I
I
just
don't
can't.
disagree,
I
but
can't. I can't see Becky and Bailey having a good cage match. They might be able to have a good match, but not. I just don't see them having a good cage match.
well, I don't know. But yeah, it got cut for time. So of course that there's where people online. Oh, and it kind of started this whole women deserve better hashtag that we'll get into later.
Hmm.
But that's where it kind of started.
Right.
Um, so moving on from that, or yeah, I guess we talked enough about that. Moving on from that, we go
We gotta
into
cut that for time.
we go into Degeneration X,
Yeah.
and this I found this segment pretty funny. So Degeneration X, they're walking out.
Hmm.
You see Kurt Angle out there, but he's kind of just like hidden in the background. You're like, is that you think you see him, but unless you're really paying attention, you don't see him.
Right.
And it's like, is that Kurt Angle? And no one else is really noticing in the group. And
And he can't do the suck it gesture to save his life. He was just
well, not a lot of people.
what do you mean? Not a lot of people. High school kids did it.
Well, I'm saying not a lot of people do it right. They do like the they don't do the X. They just do like the both hands
Well, he didn't.
to
He
the
was trying. He
in a
was
V
doing that.
motion.
He was doing that, but he was doing that wrong. He was just kind of. I don't know, man. It was weird. It was like his arms don't have mobility. It's like both of his arms were asleep.
I wouldn't put it past them. Um, but yeah, so Kurt Angle, he's out there. They start doing the whole DX shtick. So you have a Road Dog. He's starting his thing, which is, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages. D-Generation X proudly presents to you the Tag Team Champions of the World, the Road Dogg Jesse James. And then he points to Kurt Angle and he's like, Kurt, what are you doing out here? And Kurt Angle's like, I always wanted to be a part of DX. And underneath his shirt that he takes off, he has a DX shirt. And you have your DX guys, they're doing a little huddle and they're like, um, okay, well, if you want to be in DX, you have to go through a test. And this is Triple H saying this. If you want to be in DX, you have to go through a test. Are you ready? And Kurt was like, is this a part of the test? And he was like, oh, forget it. I said, are you ready? This is Triple H. This
Yes.
is part for the thousands in attendance and the millions watching around the world. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to suck it. That's his part. And before he can finish this part, out comes Imperium.
And my stomach sank.
I actually thought it was going to get worse than what it did.
It was still pretty bad.
So yeah, you hear Imperium's music hit. Gunther, Ludwig von Kaiser, and Giovanni Vinci. They make their way to the ring and they have a standoff with DX. And they pretty much say that DX pretty much makes a mockery of this great sport with their DX stuff. And Gunther says that they should get out of the ring unless someone can stop them. One of them can stop them. So you have Triple H. He steps up to Gunther, and they do their little face to face. And after a minute, Triple H says, "I'm retired, dude." So then it goes to Shawn Michaels. Shawn Michaels, he steps up to Gunther, and he says, "No, I'm too old." Road Dogg, he's next. He's like, "Nope, not gonna do it." And finally, X-Pac steps up and he's like, I got a bum leg. How about that? And he's like, okay, well, we need to huddle up again. So you got your DX huddle again, and then collectively they decided that it's going to be Kurt Angle that's going to kick Gunther out the ring. Immediately, Kurt's like, "No, I'm not." He's like, "Yes." He's like, "Yes, you are. You're going to do it." "Nope, no, I'm not." So Kurt Angle refuses to do it, and he's like, "Well," Triple H is like, "Well, if you're not going to do it, if only there was someone who could help us out." And then all of a sudden you hear, "Burn it down!" Out comes Seth Rollins.
Uh,
What?
this,
What?
why is Gunther needed for this? Because at this point, Gunther's gonna come out. They're gonna shit on the Legends. The Legends are gonna have some fresh meat come out to defend their honor, and the fresh meat's gonna beat the the heels. And in this instance, the heel in question is the best performer in the whole fucking roster. You're telling me that there's nobody that could have filled that spot? You couldn't drag out Alpha Academy?
Yeah, I guess you could have.
But no, they had Gunther wasting his time with the fucking Street Profits and their stupid basketball jerseys, solo cup having asses.
You skipped ahead. What are you doing? I wasn't there yet.
Oh, I thought we were there. My bad.
No, so Seth Rollins comes out, and yeah, so Triple H was like, "But you're only one guy. If only there was a team that could also help." Out come the Street Profits, as you've said, and
And that's when I skipped it.
now you got six people. Now you got six people in the ring, and they're like, "Oh, there's six people here. What could we do?" Everybody starts to look at Triple H. He's like, "Why is everybody looking at me? This booking thing is hard," which was a funny line from him. And he says, "If only there was someone book a who could book us out of this situation." And then all of a sudden, Teddy Long's music hit, and Teddy Long hits the ramp. He's like, "Let me holler at you, player. It's gonna be Seth Rollins and the Street Profits versus Imperium in a six-man tag team match. And that match starts now." So Teddy Long does his thing. And then they're like, "Well, now we have a match, but now we need a referee." At this point, Kurt Angle's like, "Guys," and they're like, "Hold on, Kurt, we're talking." And after a while, Kurt Angle says, "I'm part of DX. I always wanted to be a referee," and he pulls off his DX shirt. Underneath that, he has a red, white, and blue referee shirt.
He's been a
So
referee though.
he's okay. That's what he said.
Okay, but he's been a referee.
Maybe that's not what he said, but
Oh,
that's he said something about,
my bad.
or maybe he said that he can referee.
Okay.
I could be the referee or something like that. So yeah, Kurt Angle is a special guest referee in this six-man tag match. Um, the match was okay. I honestly I didn't pay much attention to this match.
All you
You
need to
said you
know
skipped it.
is that, well, Gunther got pedigreed, and the Street Profits have a win against Gunther in Imperium. Gunther didn't get the pin, or he didn't get pinned, but he got pedigreed, and I think, well, it was either the Bald One or Kaiser.
Yeah, I took the pin
Yeah, but it was just
as they were going to.
they lampooned the show. It was phony. It was fake, and for Gunther to be such a genuine and authentic wrestler, I felt like this was all beneath him. Again, they could have had Alpha Academy. There's so many other. They could have had the Fanta and Lego team.
They're SmackDown.
So they don't give a shit about that.
Oh, well, I guess so is Imperium.
Yeah, I mean,
Right. Someone else could have shared that moment.
someone else could have looked like a joke and been in a joke segment. Don't have Gunther like he doesn't look better having been in the ring with DX.
Yeah. See what you're saying there. They could have. Someone else could have got that rub.
It's not even a rub.
And
Someone else could have got buried, and that's what it was. They got shit on for the sake of DX and whoever DX was championing, which happened to be Rollins and the Street Profits for some reason.
yeah, so again, I didn't pay much attention to the actual match. Um, the King, Jerry Lawler, was on commentary. I spent more time listening to that, and I found it way more entertaining than the match. Did you happen to hear King on commentary?
I didn't. I was kind of disappointed that I found that out after.
Okay, well, he chose violence on commentary.
Okay.
So, yeah, so they're doing the match, and they say, okay, the King is doing he's going to be a commentary for this match. And so the King's like, Corey Graves, nice to meet you. And he's like, and what's his name? He's like, oh, it's Kevin Patrick. He's like, okay, well, nice to meet you too, Kevin Patrick. A little bit later, Kevin Patrick says, we do the pre-show together. We've met. But it was just funny that the King didn't know who he was, even though they've met because they do the pre-show together, and they did this pre-show together.
Okay.
Um, so that was one thing. They go to commercial, and they come back, and you have Kevin Patrick on commentary. He's like, "Welcome back. We're having a tremendous Raw 30." And the King says, "Did he just say 30?" and and Kevin Patrick's like, "Oh, I struggle with my THs. I struggle a bit with my THs." So that was another thing that King was just like beating him up on. And then, so towards the very end of the match, after the match was over, um, the King, he was like, um, it's like, this is a tremendous night of Raw 30. Um, and as he's leaving, he's like, Corey Graves, nice to see you as always. Do you think that guy's gonna make Raw 31? Like he chose violence aimed at Kevin Patrick.
Well, good for
Pretty
him.
much, he said he's not gonna make Raw 31,
Right.
and it was complete greatness.
Classic.
So that's
Cam.
why, yeah, that's why I was out of this match because I was listening to that. It was far more entertaining.
Understandable.
I was like, finally, someone called him out on Theory, but
leave it
him
to
saying
be
Turdy.
leave it to the Southern King to do that.
Yeah.
All right, so then we move on to Lashley versus Theory for the U.S. title match. For some reason, it's no DQ. And for some reason, they keep booking Theory like he doesn't belong in the same ring with his opponent because he got his ass whooped.
Wait, you skipped ahead
Skipped ahead where?
a lot.
Oh, did I?
Yeah.
Oh,
Don't worry, I got you. I
Go
can
ahead.
run it down real quick.
Go for it.
Um,
Could have let me finish, and then we could have squeezed that in, but fuck up my flow.
sorry. Yeah. You. I don't know. I see your notes. I see why, but because it wasn't on Hulu, so I can fill you in with these things here.
You don't have to
So
if
we
it's
have
part
Corbin.
of my notes.
Corbin. He wins everybody, all the legends, most of them that weren't in segments, they're backstage. They're playing a poker game. Corbin wins the poker game, and he wins like this boatload of money. And before he can take his money, you have IRS. He says, "Don't forget to pay your taxes," and he takes all the winnings except for like $100 bill, gives it to Corbin. And then $1 Million Man says, "Everybody has a price," and does his laugh. That's how we end the segment with the poker game.
Because
Next up,
that's what wrestlers do when they're not wrestling is they play poker. Everybody,
yeah,
everybody just sits
apparently that's
around
all they do.
plays poker.
Yeah, they just wait for their segment. Um, Speaking of poker, it was the funniest thing when they started the poker thing. So when they started the poker game, you have Corbin and JBL. They're walking to a door, and they're trying to get into the poker game. They're not on the list. Out comes Ron Simmons, and um, he's like, "Oh, you're not on the list." Corbin pulls out a wad of money, and he's like, "Actually, I see you right here." So he lets him in. So the shot, he goes through the door, or they both go through the door. But the shot, and I always found this funny, is the door is not against the wall. It's just the door. So they could have easily went around the door and got in that way. But they had to go through the door.
Right.
Um, but yeah, just a little point out that I always found that funny is they could have always just walked around the door. Even back in the day, they could have just walked around the door instead of trying to go through the door. And yeah,
Oh, so
so
you're
at the
saying
end of
it's
that
just the
segment,
frame with the like it's literally just the door with the little box.
yeah,
Okay.
with no
Yeah.
wall holding it up,
Yeah, I see
just
what
the
you're
door.
saying. Yeah, that's a little ridiculous.
Um,
It's kind of funny that Ron Simmons shook JBL down for money. Since,
well, it's a poker game. You got to keep it fair.
yeah, but they were both part of APA. They were the shaker downers.
Yeah, and then he even said, "Can I?" On the door it said APA. So he is still a part of APA, I guess. He should have been.
Well, no, he's molding
Um,
Baron Corbin into the next wrestling god.
yeah, sure. But Ron Simmons got to fit in his dam after the money got taken. So that was a good call out there. Next up, we have Charlotte Flair. Well, Ric Flair comes out. He introduced the greatest woman wrestler of all time, in his words, Charlotte Flair. So they bring out Ric Flair to give Charlotte Flair a rub.
I heard his suit was something else.
It looked like a Seth Rollins suit. Yeah, it was
Okay.
like it was yellow with black flowers all over it, like
Okay.
black roses, embroidered, or not embroidered, but I think it, I think that's what I'm looking for. I don't know. Like you could tell that if you rubbed your fingers over the flowers, you could feel them.
Okay. So there's texture.
But yeah, but I mean, I think he pulled
Oh
it off.
wow. He looks like a cow.
Yeah, I could see that. But I think he pulled it off.
I don't know, man.
Um,
He looks. He looks like one of them lounge singers that retired in Vegas, and then maybe like 10 or 11 people actually paid to see.
or
It's
like
sad.
that. Yeah, but that's Ric Flair.
Just think about like all the robes he used to wear and stuff, and the suits he wore, and now he comes out with this.
Well, maybe he's trying to up his drip game. He's trying to do
Well,
new drip.
he dried up. There ain't no dripping
To you,
to anybody.
maybe to the maybe to
Objectively,
the young generation,
it's
that's
objectively
drip.
disgusting. Seeing an 80-year-old man in a flower suit that makes him look like a cow is not
I mean,
dripping.
they calls they call Seth Rollins the drip god. So if talking about the younger generation,
And
so
why are we
whatever
talking
he's
about
doing,
Seth Rollins? This is Ric Flair.
all I'm saying, if whatever he's doing is dripping to them, then what Ric Flair may have done was drip to them, and we don't understand it.
No,
That's all I'm saying.
I understand it. I understand that it's awful.
Okay,
You can't you can't just not. If I could hear what he's
we're
saying
really
right,
stuck on this suit.
yeah. If I could hear what he's saying right now, I wouldn't be listening because I'd be staring at his cow suit. It's hideous. And he's got his shirt unbuttoned like he's like he's still 20. Let me go tan with my chains. Show my chest hair, because I'm still hip. I can still get it up. All right, we can move on.
Without Blue Chew.
Oh, he needs Blue Chew. He's got he's got to have one of them implants that basically fill it up like a balloon by now. Hold on, let me get ready. Like Air Jordans.
Like those pumps.
Yeah, he's got a little swoosh on the tip of it. All right, I'm
Well, I
ready.
guess if you can still,
Woo!
whatever you gotta do to get yourself going.
I guess.
Um, so yeah, out walks Charlotte Flair after all this. She gets in the ring. She basically puts over the women's evolution and all the women she's beaten to be where she's at. She doesn't mention Sasha uh, or Paige. she mentions, I believe, the Bella Twins and Bianca, Becky, yada yada yada. Out comes finally Bianca Belair. Bianca Belair and Charlotte Flair. They have their little in-ring back and forth. Bianca saying, "This is my show. Um, I've worked hard to make this the best show in WWE." It's worth pointing that out because it's clearly not.
Right.
I mean, tonight it was, you know,
That's
this
because she
week it
was
was.
hardly on it.
Yeah, this week it was, but usually SmackDown is far better.
Right.
Um, so as they're doing their little back and forth, out comes Sonya Deville because she has her little thing with Charlotte Flair going,
Mm-hmm.
and
Even though she's on SmackDown. See, they don't give a shit about that stuff.
yeah, so Charlotte Flair says, "You know what? This is usually my problem, but since we're on your show, Bianca, do you want to handle this?" And Bianca says yes. So they set up a match that Bianca Belair versus Sonya Deville in a down match. Like the crowd wasn't into this at all, of course.
Of course.
And Sonya lost the match, of course.
The MMA fighter lost to a track star.
Sure. But my thing is, even looking past that part, because I don't care about that part.
I do.
My thing is Sonya Deville is
Wait,
over
wait, wait.
here.
Could Usain Bolt, could he beat John Jones in a
No,
fist fight? Then why would it make sense? If
because they're
Beyond,
not they're not doing it now.
what do you mean they're not doing it now?
Well, I guess okay, okay, I got you here.
Oh, okay. Get me. I want to be got.
You know, Conor McGregor versus Floyd Mayweather.
Okay.
When it was a boxing match, it was a different thing than if it was an MMA fight.
Okay.
So, I guess what I'm saying is, if it was
So
a,
you're saying that if it was a boxing match, Belair would win?
I'm saying if it was an MMA fight, Sonya Deville would have the edge.
Okay.
But it was a wrestling match, so
You do know wrestling's part of MMA, though.
mm, tell that to Conor McGregor, who never wrestles. And when he got taken down, that was pretty much the end of his career.
And that's why Khabib, who could wrestle and did wrestle well, he wrestled bears. That's why he was undefeated. I think John
Is he
Jones has
still?
some wrestling under his belt too. Yeah, Khabib is still undefeated. He retired undefeated.
Oh, he's retired.
Oh,
Oh, no one was enough sport compared to a bear, I guess.
pretty much. He dominated.
Well, that's good for him to have retired undefeated.
Yeah,
Now, hopefully, he doesn't like try to come back in 10 years,
right.
all old.
Fight one of the
You know,
Logans.
oh, I retired too early. I got to come back, and then
Fight
yeah.
Jake Paul. Because
If it's a boxing match, it'd be.
he'll be just ripe enough.
If it's a boxing match, that'll make sense.
Yeah.
It better not be an MMA fight.
Well, if it's a boxing match, I don't know if Khabib would do it. I don't know. Something to think about, though.
Yeah, but my thing in this whole match was Sonya Deville. She's over here trying to. She's in a feud for the SmackDown Championship, but she's losing matches on Raw,
Right.
or she lost a match. Like, you really shouldn't have booked this match because she can't lose.
To a lesser
Bianca's a
champion too,
champion.
because
Bianca's a champion, so she can't lose.
I think
Like this
Charlotte's a better
match.
champion than Bianca.
Okay.
I just think she's a stronger competitor.
Okay.
So for Sonya Deville to lose to a weaker competitor, it kind of makes the conclusion of her match with Charlotte kind of foregone, doesn't it?
Yeah. Well, she was never gonna win, but
True, but I mean, you could at least try to make it believable. Like Kevin Owens was. Well, we'll get there.
yeah. But I just thought it was weird that she was put in this position to lose. Um, and then I was also thinking, why didn't they move the cage match to this spot? Because we didn't need Charlotte Flair cutting her promo. We didn't need Ric Flair in his suit. We didn't need Bianca Belair versus Sonya Deville. Didn't need the match at all. So you cut all of that. You got about, I don't know, 15, maybe 20 minutes. So you could put the cage match in that spot and then cut that whole thing out.
Well, it just shows you
Anyway,
where
that
Charlotte
was
is
just,
on the pecking order.
yeah, they gotta have Charlotte on there. Charlotte Hogan.
Yeah.
Um, Post match, Bianca. I'm sorry. Post match, Alexa Bliss. She's cutting a promo. Um, she's telling Bianca Belair she doesn't need to worry about Bray Wyatt. She doesn't need to worry about Uncle Howdy. She never needed to worry about them. The only person she needed to worry about was me. And she told her she's gonna rip her limb from limb, but don't worry, I'll leave your eyes so you can see me walk out as women's champion. Thought that was a pretty great line.
Would have been if she delivered it like she meant it, instead of just a little girl performing in front of a camera.
I thought you didn't hear it.
I
I thought you just,
saw that they did the package before their match.
oh yeah, I remember now. Anyway, that was a great line.
It is a
Um,
great line. It's just the delivery was horrible for me.
we got another Cody Rhodes package post after that. Um, this one talking about him getting back to WrestleMania. This is the same one they aired tonight and the same one they aired on SmackDown. So if you missed it tonight, you had 3 more opportunities to see it.
And guess what? I missed
Uh,
all of them.
we then went to a segment with The Miz. The Miz, he was in the ring with the mic. He was upset that there was no Miz TV on what was the most important, this if this Raw is so important, why is there no Miz TV? Where's my moment? Out comes Kevin Owen. He stuns the Miz. He cuts a fiery promo saying that he was going to beat Roman Reigns, and he promised that he was gonna take the title or die trying.
All right.
And well, um, there you go. So then, yeah, and then the Miz slowly starts to get back up, and then he gets hit with another stunner. Then we go to the main event: Austin Theory versus Bobby Lashley. No holds barred for the United States Championship. Or, sorry, not no holds barred. No DQ. There's a
No
difference.
DQ. Yeah. Is there?
I guess so.
Okay. Yeah. Lashley beat the piss out of Theory because that's how they have him booked. They have Theory as a really weak champion right now. And I just don't know why you're gonna have him wrestle the same 2 guys that can just beat the piss out of him and have him be the champion.
I don't know.
There was a a fire extinguisher spot, and your boy Kevin said, "What is that stuff?" Apparently, they don't.
They didn't know.
Apparently not. Wherever he comes from, I guess they don't have fires. There was a part where I don't know if it was Lashley or Theory. Probably Lashley gets kicked in the balls, but he has enough energy to do a choke slam. Now, I've been kicked in the balls quite a few times in my life, but I've never once had the energy to choke slam somebody. I've been mad enough to choke slam him afterwards when I've regained my senses. Just
During.
Yeah, just wanted to throw that out there. So it looks like Lashley has the upper hand, and then out of nowhere, Lesnar comes out from the crowd. He gives Lashley an F5, and then he F5s Theory onto Lashley, giving Theory the pin, and subsequently the victory. And to me, Theory is just a joke. I don't know what else to say.
I think that's good. The only thing I do want to point out there is Brock Lesnar. People act surprised when he came out, and we had that big discussion on whether or not people were surprised or should be surprised. And they were surprised. So there you go.
They were surprised that he came out to interrupt a match that he wasn't involved in.
They were surprised that we were talking about what was he going to do at the Royal Rumble, and then he shows up on Raw, and people were surprised
because he wasn't scheduled to, or he wasn't advertised as being.
Oh, but we knew he was going to be at the Rumble.
Okay.
So then, if he's on Raw or SmackDown or wherever, or the Royal Rumble, wherever he shows up, we know he's showing up this week somewhere.
Well, he would have got a big pop anyway, though. Even if he was just doing it.
I wasn't talking about the pop. I'm just talking about they were surprised.
They were surprised that he interrupted a match that he wasn't involved in. It's not because it was Brock Lesnar.
Okay.
They weren't surprised that he was there. They were surprised that he interrupted the match.
They were surprised when his music hit.
He came out of the crowd. How did it hit?
No, he didn't.
Yeah, he did.
He came from the entrance ramp.
He came from the crowd.
No, I don't know. I don't remember.
He came from the crowd.
I don't remember. Just move on.
All right. And
that's your Monday Night Raw.
That's Raw. A flawless review as always.
We missed no details here.
Nope. And don't forget about your wager if CM Punk happens to show up at WrestleMania.
Yep, right in it goes.
All right, so quickly we move on to SmackDown. There's not really a whole lot of meat to bite into here. We open with a recap of the trial of Sami Zayn. Basically all the shit that we said for Monday Night Raw, they redid here. Then it cuts to the Bloodline entering the building. It's Sikoa Joe and the Usos. Then you see Sami looking like the Unabomber, just hiding in the where the I can't think of what they're called. The truck things. No, the beds of the the semis.
Oh, the crates.
Yeah, the crates. And Jay sees him. He's like, "What the fuck are you doing?" And Sami says, "I just want you to know after Monday, anything you need, I got you." Which to me, if he was taking Roman seriously, like you think he could just like text that or something, right?
Well, he did say I wanted to see you face to face.
Well, he could have
But
waited.
he's had how many days since Monday?
Right. They had
But he
that
wanted to wait
evening.
to right.
He had to do it in a specific way to break the tribal chief's orders. That's the only way he could do it.
Yeah.
So after that, we get Cross versus Rey Mysterio. I'm glad we had all this build up for just a simple SmackDown match. They did
Well,
they did the
they
spot.
say that's the. Oh,
No, go
I was
ahead.
gonna say that it seems like that's just the first installment of what's gonna be a feud.
We'll see. I hope not, but you might be right. You're probably right. They did the spot where they try to take off Ray's mask. They being Karrion Cross. Um, it still baffles me that anybody would try to take his mask off, like waste their time taking his mask off when he wrestled maskless for for a while.
Hmm.
It's just dumb. Like if I was fighting somebody, he's already been maskless, so unmasking him, that's not shocking. He'll live through it. So, Mysterio gets a roll up win. It's kind of a little fluke win. And yeah, feud's probably got to keep going, unfortunately.
Unfortunately, and I hated this ending.
The roll up?
Yes,
The
you
roll.
got this. You got this big ass carrying cross and this little Rey Mysterio,
Yep.
and he gets the roll up and he's able to hold him down. Come on.
Yeah. Legend or not, he's Ray's getting up there in years. Carrying Cross is prime. Yeah, doesn't make any sense.
Well, the roll up is an overused finish
Yeah, it's
in
like the
wrestling.
well, it's like that's the only thing that they can think of for somebody to get a fluke win.
Yeah, they're trying to protect the other person by them losing to a fluke win. When it does, it just makes them look like an idiot,
Yeah,
and it makes them look weak that they can't kick out of this little dude holding you down.
they could have done like a count out win.
Like yeah, he just got through doing a that Northern Light spot where he did the Northern Light suplex and he was gonna roll through
Yeah,
and then picked from the mat, picked Ray up and put him on into a Samoan drop. But he just got through doing that. But you're telling me he's not strong enough to lift his shoulder from Ray pinning him?
he had it cinched in.
Like,
He had the
I
hands
don't know.
locked.
But I guess you were gonna have to get Ray the win there.
You didn't. You could have just let Karrion Cross. Madcap Moss didn't win any matches against Karrion. They wrestled like 3 or 4 times,
True.
didn't they?
True.
So
I mean, it is Madcap though. It's different levels.
I true, but this just I don't know. This isn't a feud that should be happening right now. This doesn't do Cross any favors, and Mysterio doesn't need it. I just think it's a big downgrade from going from Drew McIntyre to Rey Mysterio too.
Well, Ray's got some cachet still to
Not
people.
for who?
The fans?
What fans?
The fans. What do you mean? What fans?
I don't
The
hear it.
people at the show.
I don't hear anything of.
He's still one of the only people that get pops, and
Eh,
you know.
they don't care about him.
Okay,
They just do it to do it. They, want-
it's
they
a
want to be.
nostalgia pop.
They want to be a part of the show.
Well, if other people got got those same reactions, we'd have a consistent show.
So after that, we get a replay of the Lesnar interfering with the U.S. title match. Theories at SmackDown for some reason.
The champ
which
is here.
which that kind of makes. Last week we were talking about Sami Zayn and Kevin Owens winning the tag team titles, and you said that wouldn't make any sense because Sammy's Raw, or wait, Sammy's SmackDown, Kevin Owens is Raw.
Hmm.
So, yeah, Theory is at SmackDown, he's on Raw. They don't give a fuck about who's on what show.
Well, this week is different. I
How's
think up until WrestleMania, it's different
well, I
because
still
now you're just
I
putting your
bet
best
I bet if we
best.
look back throughout the year, we will see instances where SmackDown people are on Raw for no reason.
Yeah, but not as okay. Go ahead.
Uh, Boom, 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 boom. I forgot where I was.
Theory being on Raw, or no, I'm sorry, he was on SmackDown. He opens up, the champ is here.
Yeah, and then
So
in the
taking another
middle of
shot at
that,
the
uh,
John Cena thing.
yeah, which he kind of does it pretty well. He must be practicing. probably
Yeah,
practice. Probably practices shirtless in the mirror.
he's still getting that John Cena thing ready.
Yeah. Damage
Um,
Control had a little thing in the middle of what Theory was gonna do. They said some shit. And then
oh yeah,
Theory,
they talked about what they did on Monday Night Raw, and how they were gonna do the same at the Royal Rumble, essentially.
yeah. Cut back to Theory. He's going to win the Royal Rumble, basically. And then the New Day interrupt. And then we fast forward to, or I fast forwarded to Lesnar coming out of the crowd to attack Lashley. So what
All
I
right,
got,
so
well, hold on, let me see if I'm right. What I gathered is someone from New Day had a match with Theory. Then Lashley came out, kicked Theory's ass, and then at some point Brock came out to kick Lashley's ass.
no,
Okay.
did not happen. Okay, so you have Theory. He said he's gonna win the Royal Rumble and go on to main event WrestleMania. Um, the New Day came out. They started laughing at him, which even when he said that, I was also like holding my hands out, like, really? Like, he's over here talking about winning the WrestleMania, but just a few months ago, he was talking about how Roman Reigns is untouchable. So they didn't think that part through. Remember that when he was cashing in Money in the Bank
He's
on
been
the
saying that
U.S.
since
title?
he, ever since he said that he wasn't good enough to compete with Roman Reigns. The week after that, he's been saying how he's going to beat Roman Reigns.
Well, yeah, off TV, but this time he actually said it on TV.
No, he says it on TV too. Uh, he doesn't like, I'm going to win the title and stuff. Like, and the way you're going to win the title is to beat Roman Reigns.
Yeah,
We did
but
a
so
whole
yeah,
we did a
then
whole video where he said he was going to where it's the U.S. title is his step to becoming the world champion now. That's why he cashed in his Money in the Bank briefcase. He doesn't watch the show.
for sure. And I hope the New Day was going to call him out on it, but they didn't. But they did come out, and he said uh, they were saying, "Really, you're doing this on our show? You got a you got a 3 hour show. You can you have a 3 hour show to put this fluff on. Over here on SmackDown, we're the more efficient 2 hour show, so we don't do talking segments over. We don't do as many talking or no, not talking, as many are filler segments because we have to be efficient.
It's
That's
a
what
good line.
Kofi was telling him, and he said there's only three Austins that I respect: Austin Creed, um,
Who's Austin Creed?
Xavier Woods,
Oh, okay.
Stone Cold Steve, and Austin, Texas. And as they get into the ring, out comes The Miz. Oh no, because Theory said he's the biggest star in WWE. Out comes The Miz, and The Miz starts talking. He botches what he's trying to say. Um, he's basically saying he's going to win the Rumble because he's and do the one thing he's never did in his career, which is win a Royal Rumble match. And he said, "There's nothing more dangerous than a Miz with a." This is literally what he said. Than a Miz with a. And then, so now the New Day's laughing. They're like, "A chip?" And then Miz busts out laughing. He says, "What's something on my shoulder?" So yeah, botched his whole thing. You knew he wasn't winning anyway, so there
Yeah.
was that. Um, and then Miz and Theory, they have a little face down as the New Day's egging him on, and then at the same time they're like, I'm gonna show you how this is gonna go this Sunday or this Saturday. They both start attacking the New Day. So as they're beating down the New Day, Bobby Lashley's music plays, and out comes Bobby Lashley, and then Lesnar comes out. So that's how it goes. So it was never a match. It was just a overbooked beatdown, I guess.
Okay. That involved the Miz for some reason.
Yeah.
All right.
And then that pretty much ends with Lesnar and Lashley brawling.
I like the
I
way
forgot who got the better of that exchange.
it was
But
Lesnar. Lesnar F5'd him because I remember Lesnar F5'd him, and then he picks up the microphone and he goes, "I'll see you at the Rumble, Bobby."
oh yeah, there you go. And that's how he announced.
See you at the Rumble, Bobby.
And that's how he announced that he was going to be at the Royal Rumble.
Which wasn't surprising. I don't know why they acted shocked.
For you,
He's been on the fucking cover of the poster.
again,
What
casuals.
else? There's 5 matches. There's
Did
no
you see
casuals. All you gotta do is look at the poster.
Did you see them fade him in on the little graphic at the? He faded, he dusted in like reverse Thanos.
I wasn't surprised. You shouldn't have been surprised. Anybody with half a brain wouldn't have been surprised. Anyway, moving on, we got Lacey Evans, the new Lacey Evans, making her debut. I thought she would have done it in at the Royal Rumble, but she wrestled some chick.
Jasmine Allure
Okay.
would be her name. Say that name again. Jasmine Allure. I'd say that because she had the cheeks of flapping.
All right.
She definitely pulled up on the radar with those cheeks.
And Lacey Evans definitely looks better than Clint Eastwood. I
Yeah,
thought,
she pretty much was wearing a new outfit that reveals more.
yeah, and it was still very military-esque. Like I saw her at the entrance ramp, and it was all like misty and shit. And I thought they just had her in the traditional like Alexa Bliss, where she just looks like a little dominatrix. But her outfit's nice. It makes sense. I thought it was really weird that they had a Marine that they've been playing up, or they had a wrestler that they've been playing up being a Marine and going back to boot camp, and she's this heel. Speaking of heel, her heel actually literally came off of her boot, And there was this nice little moment where she picked it up and it looked like she was going to smack the chick with it.
Yeah, she was ad-libbing there.
Yeah. It was so good that I actually questioned whether or not it was planned. Clearly it wasn't because Michael Cole kept bringing it up. So
Yeah.
uh, Lacey Evans easily won, and it's exactly how it should have been. And they finally booked they booked somebody strong for once. Unfortunately, it had to have been Lacey Evans. Could have done it with like anybody.
Well, I for one, I actually don't even get the Lacey hate.
She's a bitch.
People
She's kind of
people
a.
hated.
She carries herself like an arrogant bitch on social media. I can see it.
Oh, you know she's in character.
I'm sure. It's
She's
just
one of those people who are in character all the time. Like even her social media, she's in character.
good for her.
Um,
I like it. I like her being catty and not just super bubbly to everybody. Like somebody will, I don't know, comment on how she doesn't know how to do something, and then she'll comment like, looks at bank account, wide eye emoji. Oh, what I do know and care to know have been working out so far for me.
that's just good Twitter trolling. That's what you're. That's what you're becoming. you, you're one of those people who are clap back.
I appreciate
Like, oh, this guy sucks, so I'll bury you.
it.
Oh, I got you. Don't worry. I'm gonna come back at you tenfold.
If you're here in 2 weeks.
Well, I had sex with your wife.
um, but yeah, Lacey
but yeah,
Lacey
oh,
looked good, but she didn't look great. I don't know.
I was gonna say there was a moment when during her entrance, she was walking down the ramp. There was this kid with Down syndrome. He was holding his hand out. Uh, she went up to him like she was gonna give him a high five and then faked it.
Are you just assuming that he had Down syndrome?
No,
Okay.
there's no assuming. Well, okay, I will say yes. I am assuming he has Down syndrome, but what he's definitely has some handicap.
Okay.
Like you can clearly tell he has some handicap,
Okay.
and of all the things, it does look like it's a anyway. Um, so yeah, she goes up to the kid. She fakes giving him high five, and then you got people on social media crying about. Um, I understand. I understand she's a heel, but why does she need to do that to him, of all people?
It's funny too
Like
because she had
because
some.
he's.
Didn't she have like controversial opinions about autism or something?
Oh yeah, she did.
So that makes it funnier.
No, no, sorry, it wasn't autism. It was or maybe it was autism. Something about the meat
I don't know.
causing
I just know
or
she said something. Everybody, people disagreed with it, so therefore they had to go after her instead of just
well,
saying,
she
"Oh,
didn't even.
that's dumb," and moving on with her life. They had to go after her.
Yeah, she said something about, or she didn't even say it. She just liked something that
Oh, those are even better.
someone else said. So, yeah, so they were after her. Oh, why did she do that? How could she do that?
Yeah, so that makes
And
her interaction with that fan even funnier then.
and yeah, it was like, okay, she's a heel, but and yeah, you got the snowflakes. I understand she's a heel, but she should have broke character for that person. It's like, don't you think that person wants to be treated equally, not like treated like they have a a special condition? Everybody bending over backwards for them. You know, the only thing they want to do, and I'm going off on a little bit of tangent here. The only thing they want to do is to be treated equally. It's just like when who was it? When Lovey Smith, when he was when he had that post game interview, and they said, "Oh, isn't it a big thing that you're coaching against Mike Tomlin this week?" It's like, no,
Wasn't that
I'm just
Todd
coaching
Bowles?
again. Oh yeah, sorry, Todd Bowles. And he's like, well, the first thing to do is to stop talking about it like this. Like, if you want to normalize it, normalize it. Don't just say. I mean, you guys had this rough background. Probably shot people too, right? were you Crips or were you Crips or Bloods?
Did you play
like,
basketball or did you rap?
yeah, and like I mean, didn't your dad like go to the grocery store for milk and never came back, right? And and that's what got you started down your path of breaking in houses and robbing liquor stores for 40 ounces, right?
Which ultimately got you the head coaching job of the.
And then all the yeah, it got you the head coaching job, but you know now you gotta pay all your child support to your baby mamas, huh? God, golly, where am I going with
I
this?
don't know. I'm just letting you go. I'm recognizing my privilege right now and just letting you go for it.
But anyway, that's just what I'm saying. Like, it, it probably made him feel better that he was getting the fan experience as anybody else would. Not that he's getting treated special. So,
Well, I also
if
just
you want to talk about treating people special, treat them, or you don't want to, I don't know. If you don't want cheap people to be special, then don't treat them special. Treat everybody the same, and you don't have to worry about all that.
it shows the mindset of the modern wrestling fan because like if we were to believe that Lacey Evans was really the Lacey Evans that we see on screen, like she's supposed to be, then her being a cunt to a Down syndrome audience member, you know, we wouldn't think twice about because that's who she would really be, right? We could call her a despicable person and all that stuff. We wouldn't like expect her to break character to make this one person feel special.
Right.
But everybody knows it's a performance, so they expect you to just go out of your way to they expect you to stop the show for moments like that, and I don't know. I like it better when they're in character. So good for Lacey Evans.
Right. Yeah, 100% back her on that.
Yeah.
Like, we don't need to treat someone special,
No, stop treating people like the
especially when
fucking
you're
Fabergé eggs.
especially when you're supposed to be a bad guy.
Right.
Don't don't be doing baby face things.
Yeah, I can't stand when they do that. Like you see clips of house shows or Bray Wyatt's holding babies and shit. Oh, Hoss, I'm a good guy.
Yeah, I mean, when Seth Rollins was a heel, I think we can officially drop the is he face or heel now, right? We can officially get off of that train
I don't know.
and both agree.
They still keep flipping him
really,
back and forth.
really, still you have doubt.
Like one moment he's a face, next moment he's a little bit heelish. I don't know.
Well, anyway, they yeah, on the house shows they have him like doing the everybody go home and drive safe. Be careful driving home. They have him doing that, but he's supposed to be heel.
Yeah,
Like the heels aren't supposed to be out there doing that.
which you can't. There's not one person that you can tell people to go home and drive safely. You gotta have your major star break character.
Well, you always want the big star to do it. Like,
Not if it doesn't make sense.
well, let me take that back. You don't always want the big star. It's just the person like whoever you're whoever wins the main event usually does that go home safe thing. So you're usually putting a star in the main event because you're trying to sell tickets to the show. So if he's winning the main event, now he's sending people home.
Well, I don't know.
But
I think if you're gonna have a heel tell people good night, sleep tight. Don't let the bed bugs bite.
yeah,
Golly.
so all that to say, good for Lacey Evans for staying in character.
Golf claps. Golf claps.
uh, we then move to another or the same package for Cody Rhodes that we saw on Monday Night Raw.
Good.
After that, we go into the next installment of the tag team tournament for the SmackDown Championships. This one was the Banger Bros versus Legado del Fantasma. And before the match starts, the Viking Raiders with Valhalla, they jump McIntyre and Sheamus from behind. They give him a pretty good beat down, uh, like throwing them into each side of the barricade. You have Eric doing his little knee thing to both the Banger Bros, and then you have Ivar doing a splash. You may have seen the splash before, but he does his splash. Oh, sorry, I got the team wrong. This was Hit Row. They're supposed to be going against Hit Row. Um, but yeah, so then Ivar does a splash, and then that's how the segment goes. You have the Viking Raiders standing tall over your fallen Banger Bros,
That's true.
and
They
we
got
go to
fucked up.
yeah,
And again, the Viking Raiders sneak attack somebody, so I will look forward to watching them lose when they wrestle again.
of course. So we go to commercial, we come back, and uh, Sheamus and Drew McIntyre they've come to from their beatdown, and instead of starting the match, they're like, "Screw the match, let's go beat the hell out of the Viking Raiders for what they just did to us." So they're starting to walk towards the back, and Adam Pearce is like, "Hey guys, if you walk out on this match, you'll be disqualified." In the ring, you have Hit Row. They're like, "Hey, they walked out of the match. Raise our hands. We won." And Adam Pearce says, "Hey, I'm not gonna. It's not gonna go down like that. You're not gonna get a free pass to the finals."
Even though Judgment Day almost did.
Yeah, you're not gonna get a free pass to the finals. So I'm gonna pick a replacement team. Here's your replacement team. Braun Strowman and Ricochet's music hits, and they come out. Now this is what I was saying earlier. Um, Wade Barrett, he was like, He's like, "This is not fair," and Michael Cole's like, "What's not fair? They didn't want to give Hit Row a free pass to the finals," and he said, "But you're giving, but you're giving Braun and Ricochet a free pass to the semifinals."
Right.
And Michael Cole's like, "Don't go bringing logic into this."
And if I remember correctly, didn't they lose earlier? Or were they not in the tournament?
That wasn't in the tournament, no.
Okay.
But yeah, he's like, "Don't go bringing logic into this."
I do remember hearing that. I just,
Yeah.
yeah, I wasn't interested in this at all. As soon as the
Um,
Viking Raiders came out, I stopped paying
yeah,
attention.
it was a pretty nothing match,
Yep,
and
of course.
Ricochet and Strowman, they won. They get a big pop. I'll give them that. But
I don't
like,
understand why.
the crowd really loves Braun Strowman.
I don't get it.
Well, there you go. Oh, and they did also on commentary, just to point out, they did call back to Braun Strowman calling him flippy flopped, and Michael Cole said, "I find it funny he has to rely on a flippy flop to to try to get a tag team title."
Yep.
So yeah, there was that. Another call out there. Um,
For some reason, the Bloodline confront Owens while he's doing I think he was doing an interview. It was just Jimmy and Jay. But before they could really do anything, everybody breaks them up. But then the Usos get kicked out of the arena. So as they're leaving, Jay takes out his cell phone and he says, "Hey, you still around? I need a favor." And then it fades to black.
yeah, so he's obviously calling Sami Zayn
Which means they all obviously had fucking cell phones to begin with. So why didn't Sammy just stay in the parking lot or something?
because he said he wanted to tell him face to face.
Ah, that's stupid. So after that, Bray Wyatt's music hits, and then LA Knight obviously comes out dressed as Bray Wyatt, with little bug eyes.
The Eater of Worlds, Bray Wyatt.
Um, Even though it's obviously LA Knight, the stupid fans are still doing the cell phone thing.
Well, they didn't know at the beginning.
Oh, they knew. LA Knight says that he's going to win. Then Wyatt comes out. He cuts a spooky promo. Then Uncle Howdy is in the rafters making the shocker gesture.
Yeah, and it was almost not a spooky promo. He just he said the time for talking's over. Like, we're here now.
Yeah, but he had the dark lights and he had the little rocking chair out of nowhere, and I think the door was open. Fuck him.
But yeah, so Saturday you get your match.
Saturday, you're gonna get your match.
Uh, we move on to what a lot of people called match of the night.
I have to agree.
Legado del Fantasma versus Imperium. This was Ludwig Kaiser and Giovanni Vinci.
Why does the
This
SmackDown tournament seem so much longer than the Raw tournament?
because it was the Raw tournament was over one night.
Okay. Was there like 100 tag teams on SmackDown and only 2 teams on Raw?
Well, sorry, on Raw it wasn't a tournament; it was just a gauntlet.
Oh, that's right. That's right. But
So
still,
that's
I mean,
why,
it was 4 teams, right?
yeah,
So even if they did a tournament, it would still be over in about a night or two. The SmackDown tournament's going on for weeks.
well, only 2 weeks.
Okay. It feels like it's been going on longer than that.
Oh,
I could be wrong. My timeline could be fucked up. I don't know for 100%. So let's just move on.
So, um, yeah, it's a pretty good match. Legado del Fantasma kind of worked babyface here, so I don't know if they're heel or face. Kind of hard to say. They got a big pop. Didn't help that they were also in Laredo, Texas, so that's a big Hispanic culture there,
Hmm.
and they're in that culture, so they were getting a. You can say they were getting kind of a hometown pop, because they're doing their luchador style of wrestling.
Right.
There was a big spot here that was I found totally unnecessary with Giovanni Vinci doing a gorilla press off the top rope. Totally unnecessary spot.
Oh,
And
that
when he was doing
slam.
it, I was like, yeah, the overhead
Yeah,
press
yeah, yeah.
from the top rope. I was like, why are you even doing this on a SmackDown?
Right. Well, I mean, it
And
is for the tag titles or an opportunity.
I know, it's just I thought it was completely not needed.
I was just thinking, like, man, that had to hurt.
Yeah, and then during the replay, you see he came like straight down on his knee.
Yeah.
Um, but that was a good. It was a good spot. It wasn't needed, but it was good.
Hmm.
And then Imperium hits the Imperium bomb, and they win the match.
And they looked hella good doing it.
Yeah.
I thought, because I almost skipped the match because, it's Imperium. They've been kind of, I don't want, not even mid level. They've been like lower than mid level when they're not with Gunther. And then I don't know, this match they looked really impressive. And
Yeah.
now that the Sheamus and McIntyre are out, I have no idea who's going to win the tournament now.
I think it's going to be Imperium.
You think so?
Yeah, so we're going to have Imperium versus the Usos.
See, and it makes no sense that the Usos are super heels in the main event storylines, but then when they're doing their tag team storylines, that they flip flop between face and heel.
I think there are heels.
Uh huh.
They're always heels.
They weren't heels when they wrestled
They just
Judgment
get
Day.
they just get cheered.
They absolutely were not heels in that match.
Yes, they are.
They weren't heels in that match.
I saw it as a heel versus heel match.
That definitely
Just
wasn't.
the Usos were getting cheered.
They were getting cheered. They got the babyface sympathy with Jimmy getting hurt. They got the pop when the replacement came in to save
Such
the day.
dastardly heel stuff.
Yeah,
Yeah, all that dastardly heel stuff that you just described.
I'm just saying. It's just weird. So Imperium won. Then we cut to Adam Pierce is with Clayface backstage. So we're gonna get Deville versus Flair next week on SmackDown, and then Clayface high five Pierce. Blech.
That would be Charlotte Flair he's talking about.
And then anything else before we go to the main event? I want you to just step on my
Nope.
nuts again. All right. Main event: Sakoa Joe versus Kevin Owens. Um, I mean, I didn't expect much out of this, especially with I think there was like 10 minutes left to go in the show. Um, I thought the shoulder tackle shit at the beginning was stupid, where they kept running into each other, and then they like started bouncing off the ropes and trying to shoulder tackle each other.
They were jockeying for dominance with those back and forth shoulder tackles.
Yeah, but then it got it they
Like,
started
who's gonna fall first?
they started doing it too much, and then once they started bouncing off the ropes, it was just silly. Um,
Sure.
I thought it was really weird that Sakoa Joe called Owens KO. He's like, "You're gonna regret this KO." It's just weird.
Mm.
Um, Sakoa Joe was in a compromising position, and Sammy pulled the ref out of the ring, and then now he has to answer to Roman. Well, I guess not anymore.
Well, I honestly lost track of um, what had happened at the end of the match. Like I didn't know who won the match. I
No,
was
but
afraid that it was gonna be. I think, yeah, someone won, but and it was DQ. But I forgot who was won. Who won?
no one won. It just ended.
Okay. Well, I was
So
afraid that
what
this was
happened
gonna
was that
be.
Kevin Owens was going for a pin, and then Sami Zayn pulled the referee out of the ring, and then they fought outside the ring, and Sikoa Joe super kicked Sammy, so Sammy was down forever, and then Sikoa Joe was going to do a splash through the announce table, and then Kevin Owens moved and tried to power bomb Sikoa Joe through the announce table, and he just kind of bounced off of it painfully. And then he starts taunting Sammy with a chair, he being Kevin Owens. And Sikoa Joe, it looks like he's going to recover, but then Kevin Owens focuses back on Sikoa Joe and then hits him with the chair, and he goes over the barricade. And then he throws the chair that he hit Sikoa Joe with in front of Sammy, and then he starts posing on the stairs, and then it just ends. So no bell rang, the referee just disappeared, no officials stopping people from hurting each other with steel chairs.
Okay, so that makes sense that I lost track of
Yeah,
who won the match.
it was very confusing.
Yeah. So, I was afraid that Joe's um, I was afraid that they were going to do something like Joe getting his first loss. Sokoa, sorry. Sokoa getting his first loss.
Uh huh.
But, because, he's got this undefeated thing going.
Does
And,
he? I thought he's lost.
no, he hasn't.
Okay.
So I thought this was like, oh, well, here comes his first loss because Kevin Owens is about to go into the Royal Rumble, so there's no way he's losing.
Right.
Um,
No,
so
they
yeah,
just
and
did the
then I lost
laziest
track of.
thing possible. They just ended
They
it.
just, they just didn't have a winner
They
at all.
stopped.
Yeah, and then we go off there, as they're saying, Sammy's gonna have to answer to Roman Reigns.
Yep. And that
Um,
and that was your SmackDown and Raw reviews.
Yay!
With
And then we
little
get to the Royal Rumble.
we do, and I'm gonna let you start. I gotta step away for a second.
Okay, so Royal Rumble, we get to the pre-show to start. Usually I don't watch the pre-show, so it's amazing that I actually saw this on the pre-show. As you just heard in the SmackDown review, Roman Reigns, Sami Zayn was going to have to answer to Roman Reigns as to why he disobeyed the tribal chief and he showed up on SmackDown when he told him not to. So we're in a segment. They're in the locker room, and Sami Zayn or Roman Reigns is asking him why were you there? Um, Before Sami Zayn said anything, Jay Uso, he said it's on me, Tribal Chief. I'm the one who called Sami Zayn. We got kicked out of the arena. We needed Solo to have some backup, so I called Sami Zayn. He was just looking out for the bloodline. Roman Reigns said, "Is that true? Is that what you did?" And Sami Zayn agreed. Said, "Yeah, I was just, looking out for the bloodline." And then Roman, he's silent for a couple seconds, and he's like, "Well, why are we talking about yesterday? Let's talk about tonight." Um, he said, "As far as tonight goes, I want the Usos to stay in the back. Solo. stays in the back, and I want just you and me. Uh, you being Sami Zayn. So just Sami Zayn and Paul Heyman will be out with me tonight. That's it.
Oh, did they have a backstage segment? I'm,
Yeah,
I must have missed it.
yeah. It was during the pre-show.
Okay, because the whole time I'm like, there's no fucking Roman segment. That's weird. There's usually a
Yeah,
hundred of them.
during the pre-show, they went over the whole Sammy, why did you disobey my orders? And Jay Uso said I called him because we got kicked out of the building, and he was just looking out for the bloodline. And Roman's like, is that true? And Sammy was like, yeah, I was just looking out for the bloodline. He's like, well, what were we talking about yesterday? Let's talk about tonight. And then yeah, so he's like, so tonight, just you, Sammy, and Paul Heyman, you go out with me. Solo, you and the twins, you stay back here. That was his plan. um, well, yeah, that was on the pre-show. I was saying it was weird that I actually caught that because I never watched the pre-show, but this time I did, and I saw that. So there we go. Then we start off the Royal Rumble night with the Royal Rumble match.
And it was a Royal Rumble match.
Yes.
And we started off with.
Before
Oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say before anything, Pat McAfee's music hits,
Oh god.
and
And he
he
ruined the
has
fucking pay
returned.
per view.
I liked it.
I didn't like one. I didn't like McAfee. Two, I didn't like Graves. Three, I didn't like the other one, Cole. And four, I didn't like a three-man commentary booth. And then we have three shitty commentators doing a three-man commentary booth, which is the worst formula ever. Unless you have Bobby the Brain Heenan.
Well, if there's that many negatives, then maybe it circles around to a positive.
No, it was awful. Anytime McAfee opened his mouth, it just made me want to just put a red hot poker in my ear. He said stupid shit too. Stupid nonsensical shit. He was trying to be funny. He's not. It was stupid little bouffant hair. He was a punter. Nothing more.
That it?
Yeah, that's it.
All right, so we start out the the men's Royal Rumble,
With Gunther.
and number one is Gunther.
And
He is
my
followed
stomach
by
sank because I knew at that moment he wasn't going to win the Royal Rumble. I mean, I knew he wasn't going to win anyway, but yeah, I knew he wasn't going to have a good showing. Fortunately, I was wrong.
yeah. So Gunther he enters number one. Number two was Sheamus. Uh,
I
I
didn't
wrote them all
see.
down. Do you want me to just run them down?
I knew you would. I knew you'd be so fucking autistic that you fucking write all that shit down. That's why I didn't even bother. Yeah, go ahead. Did you write down the eliminations too?
Yeah.
I knew you would, man. All right, yeah, go for it.
Now I only did those. I didn't take notes on the match.
What do you mean?
Um, like all the stuff that happened during the match.
Oh, like who body slammed
You'll,
who, and
yeah,
yeah,
I'm
I
sure
wouldn't
you can
expect you to
fill
do.
in.
No, not really. There's well,
We'll talk about. I'll do the eliminations and then we'll talk about the highlights.
okay.
All right. So first we got Gunther. Then we go to Sheamus. Then we got The Miz. And then we got Kofi Kingston, Johnny Gargano. The Miz gets eliminated first by
Of course.
Sheamus. Um, Yeah, of course. We then go no, Xavier Woods, Karrion Cross, Chad Gable, and Drew McIntyre. Cross gets eliminated by Drew McIntyre
Really
as
early.
soon as he came out. Yeah.
Which
We
I
then
don't know
go
if they're.
to
Do you think they're still high on him? He's
on Cross.
Yeah, he's feuding with Rey Mysterio. He just lost to Rey Mysterio, and he like didn't even last 5 minutes in the Rumble.
Yeah, it does seem like they're kind of souring on him a little bit. I actually felt that too. I was
Okay.
like, are they souring on him? Yeah,
I
because
mean,
I thought he would at least do a good showing in the Rumble.
yeah, like obviously everybody can't be champion, but you just I don't know, it's just interesting.
Yeah, make a deep run at least.
Right.
Um, Santos Escobar was next, and then Angelo Dawkins, Xavier Woods was then eliminated by Gunther. Kofi Kingston was also eliminated by Gunther, so he eliminated both Kofi Kingston and Xavier Woods. This Kofi elimination was, I think, a botch because there was
It was a fabulous botch if it was.
well, there was the chair there,
Uh huh.
and by chair I mean like a swiveling office chair,
Uh huh.
and Kofi was supposed to land on that chair and do something to get back into the ring. But he didn't because it's a swiveling chair and no one was holding it.
Yeah.
So he immediately hit the chair and crashed into the announce table.
Well, the funny thing is he log rolled him in the chair,
Yeah,
and then Michael Cole tried to sell us on but his foot might still be there. No, come on. I would
yeah,
have if Kofi
he's
would have got back into that fucking ring, I would have turned it off.
he's laying there injured, and they're like his other foot's never touched.
He's twitching.
Yeah, he's like covering his whole. He's you could tell he was hurt. He was really hurt.
Yeah, yeah.
But his leg was up on the chair because of how it tipped over.
Well,
He's like his leg never touched.
he did log roll with an office chair
Yeah,
on on essentially a concrete floor.
yeah, and his momentum was only stopped by a announce table.
Yeah, that was.
So many wrong things there.
Yeah. So yeah, if that was a botch, that was a beautiful botch.
Um, there was a good line by McAfee here as they're trying to figure out if he's, and I even put it a question mark. Kofi eliminated question mark because they're selling it. I was like, I think he is. It's a botch. Um, but yeah, as they're figuring it out, enter Brock Lesnar and McAfee tell Kofi, well, if you're trying to figure out if you're eliminated, you might as well stay. Keep trying to figure it out for a few more minutes, because the alpha male of our species is here, Brock Lesnar.
Yeah.
We quickly then get Santos Escobar, Angelo Dawkins, Chad Gable, all eliminated in succession by Brock Lesnar.
Brock
Um,
Lesnar just fucked shit up. It was great.
yeah,
I
this all
love.
came in with like it was hard for me to even keep up with it. Like that might not even be how the right order.
I love Lesnar, man. There's no there's no frills to him. He just I mean, yeah, he's redundant with the suplexes and shit, but like he's everything he does is intense. It's hard hitting. looks like he's really just throwing people around because he is. It's great.
Yeah, he manhandles.
Yes, with ease.
Um, Out next comes Bobby Lashley. There's a little quick. Oh, um, before Bobby Lashley come out, I did want to point out that there was a quick little stare off between Brock and Gunther,
Oh, it was great.
kind of teasing that being a Royal Rumble match. I don't know if you caught it, but Gunther
When he chopped him,
Gunther chopped him, and Brock Lesnar no sold it. So
he just looked at him like, "What the fuck are you doing?"
yeah, he like buffed his chest out and just took it.
But then
Didn't
he
even.
then he kneed him in the gut, and he sold that. So
Yeah, but he no sold the chop.
yeah,
Like
they always no sell the chop at first. Strowman no sold the chop. I gotta admit, I was worried when I saw that though. But as soon as he went into that knee, like there was a little bit of offense.
yeah, so then out comes Bobby Lashley. Um, and the surprise so far of the Royal Rumble, he eliminates Brock Lesnar. Surprised that Brock Lesnar was only in the Rumble like 5 minutes.
I thought he was gonna be Final Four. I really did.
Yeah, I thought he was going to have definitely a more impactful run, but he did eliminate 3 people, so there's that too.
Oh yeah, he came in and made an immediate impact, and Lashley surprise exited him, or
Yeah,
it wasn't. Yeah, you got the jump on him, and it furthers that feud. And I think we're gonna get Lashley and Lesnar at WrestleMania.
yeah, it seems we are going that way. Lesnar threw a fit on the outside. He
Wait, did
slammed
he?
the stairs into the table.
And then there's a part in my mind I was like, man, it'd be really great if he just took out Corbin and took his place in the Rumble. And I got half of half of my wish because he just immediately just decked Corbin.
Yeah, I thought he was going to do it too. I thought he was just going to like take his spot.
Yeah,
Because next, yeah, was Baron Corbin. He comes out. Lesnar attacks him. He also threw a security guard over the guardrail.
he did. And then he went back to the announce table and just disappeared.
Yeah.
Which
Well,
was
he left outside that area.
yeah, I
instead
just
of
thought
at
that
the
was
ring.
weird. He just disappeared.
Um. So yeah, he attacks Corbin. So Corbin never officially enters the ring. Then we have next is
there's a there's a part where he's walking Lesnar. He's walking out where the ring girl is to leave, and the ring girl is just kind of so she's cowering like alongside the wall, and then you have all the officials are trying to stop Lesnar from being a maniac. And I just thought it would be funny if Lesnar would have just grabbed her and just had his way with her while they just looked helplessly.
golly.
Like that's how pissed off he was.
As he gets his big eyes, oh, you're about to get it.
Suplex City, bitch.
Um, yeah. So then after that, Seth Rollins is next. He curb stomps. I think he
Corbin.
curb stomps. Yeah. Curb
Corbin's
stomps Corbin, who's starting to get up,
yeah.
and then he throws him into the ring, and then officially eliminates Corbin. So he's in the match.
For
Like
like
in
2
the ring,
seconds.
he's like, yeah, in the ring, 2 seconds. Didn't get any offense.
0.
Wrestling god. We then get Otis.
Who looks like a
Um,
golem.
yeah, he's just getting wider and wider. Or
And those facial expressions.
um, after Otis, Rey Mysterio is next. He never officially makes it to the ring. In between that,
Oh, what happened to him?
He got attacked,
Oh, okay.
apparently.
I remember the music, and I remember Dominique coming out, but I don't. I, then I saw that Ray wasn't in the ring, but I didn't remember him getting eliminated. So
Yeah.
okay,
So Ray, his music hits, but he never you never actually see him.
okay,
Um, and then it's like they say, "Oh, Rey Mysterio is supposed to be out here, but we don't know what happened to him." Um, to, in that time frame, Rollins eliminates Bobby Lashley, and then number 18 is Dominic Mysterio. He comes out and he's holding Rey Mysterio's mask, so that tells you what happened to Rey Mysterio. He
oh,
took his
okay.
mask.
I thought he just had a mask. And then that didn't make any sense to me because Rey Mysterio wasn't there. So I'm like, why the fuck does he have a mask then? Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, that I guess that's what happened.
And then he tried to tear the mask. And
Yeah.
this little buggy whipped arm motherfucker, it has holes in it already. It's not like
No, it's probably hard to rip. I mean,
I
you don't know what it's made of.
bet it's not. He could have cut it, pre-cut it. That's what I would have done.
um,
Like, there's no way you're gonna see me struggling ripping a mask.
like I don't want to rip it. I don't think you can. No, I just don't want
And he kept trying to rip it too. That's the funny thing. Like, he wouldn't just let it go.
to. Yeah. Uh, after that, after Dominic is in the ring, we get Otis. He's eliminated by the Bang Bros. Elias is next, and before, so I should. Elias comes out while he's coming out. My internet started spinning.
Okay.
By the time it finished, Elias was eliminated.
Yeah, Elias came out, and then this is why I have a problem with the Royal Rumble because he came out and he immediately hits Gunther with a guitar, and then I think maybe somebody eliminated him fairly quickly.
Oh, yeah, he's pretty much in and out.
Yeah, he hit somebody with a guitar and then got eliminated. Basically, I can't remember. I want to say it was McIntyre, but I really don't know.
Okay. Um, after that, we get Finn Balor. So he comes out to kind of back up to Dominic,
Yeah, nice little run.
and they eliminate Johnny Gargano.
Good.
Booker T comes out next.
As our first surprise entrant.
Yes, he is the first surprise, and he does his spinneroonie. He gets that in,
Yeah.
and then gets eliminated by Gunther.
Which was impressive because his scissor kicks looked awful.
Yeah. Well, he's like, I mean, he's in pretty good shape to be whatever age he is.
Yeah, but don't say that he's how old he is because he just did a flawless spinner Rooney.
No, I'm just saying he's older. He can't move like he used to, but
But he did a spinner Rooney. I'm telling you, the physical prowess to do a spinner Rooney, I would imagine, is harder than a scissor kick.
no, it's all technique.
Okay. You know from all the
Back
hundreds
from
of
my
times that you've done a spinner Rooney?
back from my breaking days,
Yeah,
I can tell you it's just it's all technique.
of course.
Next we have Montez Ford. He's out there.
Oh yeah, Booker T's hair is just as long as Bianca Belair's now.
Yeah,
That's a
it is pretty
long
long.
head of hair. Good for him. I wonder if his is fake too. Do dudes do fake
Yeah.
hair?
Yeah, they get extensions.
Oh, it's kind of feminine, isn't it?
No,
Oh, okay.
it makes it easier to do whatever you're doing. Braid. Cause yeah, just makes it easier.
By faking it?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. The more you know.
um, I got a little mixed up here.
I'm just envisioning like the hardest gangbanger just going into a barber shop. Give me some extensions, blood.
Well, if they have
That, no,
if
no,
they
no. I
have
mean,
braids,
if I could cheat too, shit, I got the monkey ass. I gotta keep my shit close.
well, I'm just saying if if you have braids, you gotta have that hang time.
Yeah.
So
If I can infuse rat hair to my head to make it look better, I would too. So I ain't hating.
it's horse hair. What are you talking
Whatever.
about? Get your animal right. I mean, they make human hair now, so
Oh,
that's
well,
another thing. So
I ain't no Will Smith. I'd be getting the rat hair.
yeah, the human hair is a lot more expensive,
Of course it is. It's human hair.
but
And they put more time and effort into it too.
like, can
The
you imagine people were cutting their hair off thinking anyway?
the
I don't
the
know.
thing the things that make you look like a real person cost more money. The things that make you look like a freak are affordable.
A freak,
Yeah.
they look real. It's just when you touch it, it's different texture. It's
Well,
straighter,
I
or
guess
it's not straighter. It's harder.
my example would be more of the toupees and stuff, because like the ones with natural hair and they're actually they take the time to craft it, look more believable than the ones that are poorly made and they look like they're just shit out.
I don't think I've ever seen a toupee
Oh,
like in real life.
I have.
I've seen them on TV, but never in real life.
They always, I don't. Nobody ever accounts for the different textures of like your actual hair with the toupee hair, because sometimes it'll go
Oh,
like in different directions. It's obvious, or it's obviously different shades.
you imagine having to be a phony like that wearing a toupee?
Yeah,
I mean, if that's what you need to do to feel comfortable, I guess do it. But
I would just be
you're a
too.
phony.
What happens when you
um,
get into the situation where it like falls off or you get bumped?
or you go swimming. Well, I guess if you're going swimming, you that's on purpose. So you
You
should
probably
know
go
about
swimming
that
with your
already.
shirt on anyway.
I just think more people, if they're balding, they just need to man up and cut it all off.
Yeah, I agree.
Join more,
Or at
join the
least
bald gang.
do the Hogan.
No,
Yeah,
just let it go.
more people should do the Hogan.
Just let it go. Is what you need
Just
to do.
hold on to those last strings as if they're your soul.
You know he gets extensions.
Now he does.
Yeah.
I think. Well,
Well,
the what I envisioned was it was just hair connected to the bandana. I for some reason that's in my head. Now, I don't know if I made it up or if it was described to me that way or if I misunderstood how that was just described. But for some reason, like in the Gawker thing, I think they mentioned how his hair is not real. And for some reason, I have it in my head that the hair is on the actual hair is on the bandana, which is why he never takes off his bandana.
well,
But again, let me preface this by saying could be just pulling that out of my ass.
yeah, I don't know.
It makes sense though if
He,
it's fake hair. Why would you go through the trouble of putting it on your head all the time if you could just have it on a garment?
Well, I've seen him put it in the actual on his head.
The bandana?
No, the hair.
Really?
Yeah,
He's done that?
yeah, from one of his shows.
Oh. I guess his.
Like he used to do the reality show, and he would put the. They showed him getting the extensions one time.
Well, I guess he did film himself fucking his friend's wife. There's not really anything he won't film.
I know who's worse, him or Brett Favre with text messages.
Brett Favre, easily.
Like
Because
Brett
I don't
Favre
think
can't stay away from.
those weren't solicited text messages. Weren't those just out of the blue? Like they weren't asked for?
Yeah, but I'm saying even like his new scandal he got in trouble with, those were text messages too.
Oh, what new scandal?
The whole thing about him um, stealing money from the welfare.
Oh.
Yeah, that was over text message too. Like him asking the lady, "Oh, how much trouble can I get into for this?" Like, there you go. Go ahead and ask that question so you can't deny that you didn't know.
I don't.
Anyway,
Yeah. I wasn't too familiar with that. I don't think we talked about that too often.
right, yeah. Um, but yeah, so next we got Booker T. He's eliminated by Gunther. Montez Ford comes out, and
With a
followed by
stupid solo
Damian
cup.
Priest. Yeah.
Gotta make sure you sip that solo cup before you go in the Royal Rumble.
Now what's in the cup is what you need to be asking.
Rat piss.
So, Priest, he eliminates Ford, and then out. So now all of Judgment Day is there, and they're looking dominant. And then out comes Edge, the returning Edge, back from we hadn't seen him since the Last Man Standing match.
The Extreme Rules.
Yeah, at Extreme Rules, so October. Edge quickly eliminates Finn Balor and Damian Priest. Dom not eliminated. And then we have this little sidebar of Edge, Priest, Finn Balor. They're all brawling.
Because
And they're brawling.
Finn Balor, after he was eliminated, Edge is on the ropes. I think he tried to eliminate Dominique, but he slithered away. But Balor pulled Edge out, and they counted that as an elimination because no disqualification.
Yeah. Yeah. And then that's what led to the sidebar of them brawling. Them all brawling. Judgment Day and Edge. They're brawling. They're brawling back to the ramp. And as they get to the ramp, Edge is getting the upper hand. And then, of course, Rhea Ripley interferes. And, excuse me. So, Rhea Ripley interferes. And then, out comes, looking monstrous, by the way, Beth Phoenix. And I say that in a positive way. So now we finally get the standoff of Beth Phoenix and Rhea Ripley. And Beth Phoenix gets the better of Rhea Ripley to the tune of a spear. And I'll go ahead and say it now. I thought that was going to happen in the Royal Rumble. Like this whole Rhea Ripley, Beth Phoenix, Rhea Ripley thing. I thought what was going to happen was Beth Phoenix was going to enter the Royal Rumble, eliminate Rhea Ripley, and then that sets up a WrestleMania match between Beth Phoenix and Rhea Ripley. but we went a different direction. They did the spot during the men's Royal Rumble. um, Back in the actual Royal Rumble, next out comes Austin Theory, Omos, Braun Strowman. Omos looks dominant, of course. They're talking about, oh, who's going to eliminate Braun Strowman? I'm sorry, who's going to eliminate Omos? And that's when we get to the Braun Strowman thing,
I
kind of
wish
replaying the whole.
I wish Omos wrestled as good as he talked, because he's a good shit talker. My
He is.
house. What the fuck you
Oh
doing?
yeah, there was a moment. There was a moment where Strowman hit him, and he kind of no sold it, and he looked back at Strowman. He was like, "You fucked up now."
Yeah, it was great. Unfortunately, he wrestles and it's not as good. Also, real
Yeah.
quick, there was Gunther had a cut on his back, and there was a couple times where the cameraman would zoom in on it, but the three morons on commentary were too busy talking about who has the prettier vagina to fucking commentate on that. It looked pretty vicious at the time. I mean, later on, it wasn't like gushing or anything, but it was a nice little scrape.
I didn't see it, but I did see that he was kind of bruised up. Yeah. But yeah, we have Strowman. He gets eliminated by Omos. No, sorry, Omos gets eliminated by Strowman. Um, Next out we have Ricochet. So that team's there. We have Sheamus and Drew McIntyre getting eliminated by Gunther. Um, Out then comes Logan Paul, and then our final
Uh,
participant, and our final participant, Cody Rhodes.
which I
There
thought
was a
good.
Go ahead.
Well, I thought Sammy was supposed to be in the Royal Rumble.
Well,
Didn't they say he was going to be in
that's
the Royal Rumble?
no, they never said.
Okay, I
We've
thought they
only
did.
just been we've only just been talking about it.
Okay. I could have
And
sworn that they did, but
I
or
will say that it does make sense if they weren't going to have him win the Rumble to not put him in it.
yeah, I mean that's the easiest
Because
way to do it.
you can't
Sure.
you can't have Cody Rhodes eliminate Sami Zayn and not get booed out of the building.
Well, that
Like, just
somebody
not gonna
else would.
happen.
Gunther would do it.
Well, even then, he would still then get booed. Like, once Sami Zayn got eliminated, the match would probably, from that point, been ruined, and like the crowd was just gonna throw it back at him.
No, the match was ruined as soon as Logan Paul's music hit.
What do you mean? You got your winner.
Yeah, but he ruined it. Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! You want to go? Let's go!
I will say, he got major heat. Like, everybody was blowing the shit out of him. Probably because of the whole crypto thing. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know how
Um,
big that. I haven't been, like I know that's a thing, but I don't know like how big of a thing it is. I know he's a scummy
I,
person before all that, so
Well, yeah, I don't know how big on the grand scheme. Like, I don't know how many people are like following it, but
right.
when you have like, all these different circles making videos on it, now you know it's getting bigger. Um, but the crowd there, I don't know how hip to it they were, but they didn't like it. Like
No,
they were booing him out the building.
because he's fucking
Um,
awful.
there was a weird spot where Ricochet was on one side of the ring, Logan Paul was on the other side of the ring,
Yeah, you want to go? You
outside.
want to go? You want to go? Let's go! Let's go!
Yeah, and then they both did like a springboard
And they just,
into each other,
yeah,
like
they
a.
just jumped into each other like retards. Like,
It was like a.
how stupid is that? We're just gonna bash into each other.
Well, what I saw it as was like, Dragon Ball Z after they charge up and then like after they Saiyan up and then they just like charge into each other
Uh,
before the fight. You know,
yeah,
they
I
like
guess
make
so.
that big, like I don't know. Um, Everybody was going crazy over that spot though, so there's that.
I thought it was dumb. I thought it
I
was
did too.
dumb, and it was like I have no idea what in any competitive environment why you would use the strategy of just diving into your opponent at the same time as he dives into you.
Yeah, I don't know what they were exactly going for
Yeah.
there, but um,
And even as like a sports entertainment thing, like he didn't do like a midair hurricane rana or something like that. That would have been cool. They both dive at each other, and then Ricochet does a hurricane rana.
well, I mean,
I
yeah, that
know.
would have been cool.
I know.
I don't know how possible that is.
I bet you could do it.
Like, yeah, it's so awesome to see. But
You know, honestly, if anybody could do it right now, I bet it could be Ricochet.
well, it'd be amazing to see.
Yeah.
Basically, changing his direction midair.
Well, I mean,
um,
you need a little bit of help from Logan Paul. Yeah, there'd be a lot of moving parts to the move, but it'd be great. There was a
so yeah, we.
there was
uh,
a I think it was Bash at the Beach or something. Rey Mysterio wrestled Psychosis, and there was a spot where Psychosis was going to do the Razor's Edge off the very top rope, and then just at the last second, Rey Mysterio gets him in the Hurricane Rana. It's
I
pretty
think I
good.
remember that spot.
It's pretty good. Just saying. Ricochet could have topped that.
Yeah, I think I actually remember that spot. Um, but yeah, so the American roller coaster, Cody Rhodes is last,
Is that
number
your new
30.
nickname for him?
No, that's MJF's nickname for him.
Oh, okay.
And he eliminates Dominic Mysterio, Braun Strowman. Ricochet then gets eliminated by Austin Theory. Gunther, during that, after that elimination, we announced that Gunther has set the record for being in the Royal Rumble match the longest,
Yeah, I did not expect him to
beating.
last that long.
Yeah, it was definitely a surprise. Um, Paul eliminates Seth Rollins because we're down to the final. Well, we were down to the final three, but it was actually the final four because Paul was outside sleeping.
He did a Jerry the King Lawler.
Yeah, so he eliminates Seth Rollins, taking him out of the match, who was oddly a lot of people's favorite to win the match for some reason.
Really?
Um, yeah,
Hmm.
Cody Rhodes then officially eliminates Logan Paul, and then you're down to Gunther versus Cody Rhodes. The final two, the final one being Cody Rhodes. He wins the Royal Rumble and the right to face Roman Reigns at WrestleMania.
You sure did. I thought it was really surprising that there was only like one surprise entrance.
Uh huh.
The surprise was there was no surprises. Um, the lack of NXT folks was kind of interesting.
Yeah, they didn't really do
Like Grayson Waller or
surprises.
Braun Breaker didn't get in there.
Yeah, they didn't do surprises. They didn't do NXT. Um, I guess it's good that you're like using your own talent, I guess.
Yeah.
Like you're showing you have a roster deep enough that you don't need surprises or whatever. I guess. But I did find myself, honestly, I found myself kind of let down for that Royal Rumble match. Um,
I thought that
Another thing, I thought it was weird that they opened the show, but after the Royal Rumble, I figured, okay, that's why they opened the show. There's not really much to it.
yeah. I thought they did the stare down thing way too much. Like it was a nice moment the first couple times they did it, but then like every 5 minutes somebody would stop and they'd stare, and then they'd stare at the crowd, then they'd stare back at each other, and then they'd have their little one-on-one little exchange. Um,
It's like they're, uh, dang it, what's it called when you're testing the market? When
mm,
you're getting a survey pretty much to see
mm,
if the crowd is into
a
that
census.
match. No, like you're
Um,
seeing if the crowd is into that match. So later on, if you need to do that match on a bigger stage, you can know you have that match. Like if the crowd, I mean, they always react, but if they don't react, then you know,
yeah, but do they need
oh,
to
they don't
do
want to
that
see
every
this
five
match.
minutes? They're they're not obviously they're not going to have every single person that gets a stare down a match. So why wouldn't you just limit it to the like the Gunther and Lesnar, and then somebody else had a stare down?
Cody Rhodes and Seth Rollins,
Yeah, they had a stare down.
because they spent the year feuding before Cody got hurt.
Mm.
I don't know. I found it. I thought I was okay with it. It kind of let the crowd know that this was about to happen,
Yeah,
as opposed to them just like underselling it and getting right to it.
I also didn't like the fact that I knew that Cody Rhodes was going to win, especially as soon as he came out at number 30.
Yeah, as I saw, I was thinking, if you want me to be on board with this Cody Rhodes thing, he better come out number one. Like that's for starters. He better be out there first, or at least, honestly, I thought he was gonna come out number three for some reason. Like that was the number I was set on, but
Nope,
yeah, he came out 30th. Um,
there was a 3 in there.
Also, yeah, also, I did find it funny that his pyro was still going off. We're in the middle of a Royal Rumble and he has his pyro going off. Like we're in the that's why I also thought he was going to come out number one. It's like, I mean, it's Cody Rhodes. He's going to have his whole entrance thing going on. Like he's not just going to, you hear his music and then he's just running down the aisle. No, he's got to have his grand entrance.
Well,
Well, he still got it.
did you see that entrance ramp though? He had plenty of time for pyro.
Yeah,
That was the longest entrance ramp. And then it had like this little maze thing. It looked
yeah.
like
The
he had to come.
SummerSlam one was long as hell too.
Oh, was it? I guess I didn't notice. I think it's because it's boxed off. It just makes it look longer.
Yeah, and I was like, oh man, Roman Reigns is gonna take
Right.
Roman Reigns, Bray Wyatt. They're gonna take forever to get to the ring. And I guess Cody Rhodes is in that long entrance
I guess
realm
so.
too. But yeah, Cody Rhodes wins. Um, Predictable. Yeah.
Very predictable. Like, yeah. Especially as soon as Rollins got eliminated. I didn't think he. I didn't think. I thought Gunther would win before Rollins, but still, it is Rollins.
Yeah, and you knew neither one was gonna win.
Right.
Um, we move into the next match, which is our first non-Royal Rumble match. This is Bray Wyatt versus LA Knight in a Mountain Dew Pitch Black match.
Mm-hmm.
So, what, you may ask, is a Mountain Dew Pitch Black match? Well, it is a match with
None of us
a black
predicted
light.
how they fucking did that.
um, yeah, so it's a match. They have a black light, and the ropes were glowing in the dark. LA Knight's gear was glowing in the dark. Bray Wyatt had
Ruins and shit on his face.
yeah, he had face paint on that was glowing in the dark. So the
Like,
whole match was this.
when the lights were off or on, or you know what I mean, he looked like a raccoon. It looked like he was stealing Valhalla's gimmick.
Yeah, it was weird how he came out.
Yeah, just very
And
vanilla.
then when the lights went out and he had all that extra shit on, I was like, what the hell?
Yeah, he looked. I don't know. I wasn't feeling it. Because does that mean he's gonna wrestle with like a black light forever now? Like, why does the motherfucker always need mood lighting? It's like Sin Cara.
I think this was just because it was the Mountain Dew match or whatever.
Okay.
I don't know. Honestly, I couldn't really get into this match.
It was really
because
quick.
Because of the lighting
Yeah.
situation.
It looked like fucking Batman Forever, man. How it was all very neon and just distracting.
Yes, exactly what it was. Yes. Yeah, it was a quick match. I don't even know how long it took. Bray Wyatt wins with his sister Abigail.
Mm-hmm.
I thought it was kind of like a simplistic, quick finish.
Boy, were you wrong.
And I put in there. It was just one sister Abigail.
Okay.
And I put in there in my notes his Bray Wyatt's entrance felt longer than the match was.
Yeah.
Now, and I was honestly, I was let down on this match because of everything that was going on.
Okay.
But then we get to post-match. Well, do you have any thoughts on the match itself?
I thought it was going to be stupid. It lived up to that expectation. I didn't think in a million years that they would like resort to a fucking black light, though. I mean, I guess on paper it sounds good, but like once you see it, again, it looked like fucking Batman Forever. And if you look at the first like the Michael Keaton Batman movies, in comparison to the I think it's Jerry Bruckheimer, he did Batman Forever and Batman and Robin, especially Batman Forever. It's that fucking neon, like comic book looking shit, and just looks phony and. Visually it's nice, but in terms of like a serious story, it doesn't work at all. And I'm sure the people there may have had a headache.
Yeah, I hope that concept never comes back ever again.
No, and that's the thing with him, man. They're always giving him weird fucking concepts, and they don't work.
Oh, that wasn't his concept. That was the Mountain Dew sponsored thing.
You don't think he had a hand in having the black light? Oh, let's do a pitch black match, son.
Man.
I did the Firefly Funhouse, son.
Well, I don't know.
I did an Inferno match where they lit me on fire, and then I came back as a grotesque thing.
I came back as Jason Voorhees.
Yeah. Like, it's always something stupid with him, man.
Well,
Something, because when he was just with the Wyatt family and doing that Eater of World shit, like, that was fine, but that something clicked in his head where he's like, no, you know what? I need mood lighting. I need masks. I need supporting characters. I need
he did
neon.
say in an interview this weekend, he said that the Fiend character is dead, and he can't do the Bray Wyatt, the Eater of Worlds Hawaiian shirt Bray Wyatt. He can't do that Bray Wyatt without Brody Lee or Luke Harper, who he was back then. Since he's passed away, he can't do that gimmick anymore.
Okay.
And the Fiend died at WrestleMania.
Okay.
So yeah,
So his solution is to come out looking like a raccoon at worst, and at best wrestle in blacklight where he has runes on his face.
that wasn't him. That was the Mountain Dew sponsorship. The same reason the Miz was getting eaten by zombies on television.
All right.
So his next match, we'll see if there's.
It'll be
I'm just saying, don't judge.
I promise you there'll be fucking mood lighting.
Well, as long as there's not black light. Mood lighting and black lighting is two different things.
You're
I
talking
don't want to see that black light ever again.
You don't remember that red mist light?
Yeah,
where it looked
I'd
like
take
a
that over the.
no, that's just as annoying. Looks like he's
I'd
developing
take that over
film.
the neon.
I think it's just as bad. Actually, the only thing I liked was the way that LA Knight's gear looked. The yellow. I thought that looked really nice.
Yeah, but I was just on the mood lighting thing. I always thought it was hokey. Any of it.
Moonlight? Of course.
Like, even when Sin Cara had it, I thought it was the most ridiculous thing. I was like, yeah, he's like, as soon as he was the first one I like remember that whole mood lighting thing happening for. And as
Yeah.
soon as I saw it, I was like, well, he's clearly never going to be a champion with this shit.
Yeah, he always wrestled in that blue and gold mood lighting. And I don't know if it was
Yeah.
to hide the fact that he couldn't fucking jump over the top rope.
Oh man, he was probably the worst
Yeah.
letdown.
Yeah.
Because they hyped him up so much.
They sure did.
Oh, he's supposed to be the next Rey Mysterio, and then yeah, he's just botching left and right. So much so they switched him out. Like they switched the actual Sin Cara character out
Yeah.
and had a different person playing him.
Camacho.
And then he was obviously bigger than Sin Cara, so yeah, that's just weird. Um, so yeah, post match
Fun
of
fact,
the actual match.
I think the guy that took over for Sin Cara, he's the reason why remember the Vaudevillains?
Yeah.
The smaller one with the better mustache, he was released because he got into a fight with Sin Cara.
Oh, well there you go.
Not Aiden English, the other guy.
Yeah. I don't remember his name. Oddly enough, I only remember Aiden English too. Vent. Yeah, I don't remember. I have it on the top of my head, but I can't remember it.
Yeah. Something Gotch.
Simon. There you go.
Is it Simon Gotch?
Simon. Yeah.
Okay.
See? There you go. Just needed
teamwork.
a little help. Yeah, so the post match of
back to this
the Bray
shit.
Wyatt match. Post match, Bray Wyatt goes into the corner. As you thought it was over, but it wasn't. So Bray Wyatt goes into the corner, and he's gonna do his little spider thing where he hangs off the ropes and looks upside down. And when he does so, he's wearing a. Now, it was dark, so I should preface that. But I think it was a red and black mask. And then he also had red contacts in. But again, the neon light's still there, so
Right.
you can imagine that there's a lot going on.
It looked like a Mortis mask.
Yeah. And LA Knight, he now has a also glow in the dark kendo stick. And
'Cause
he's
why
hitting
not?
Bray Wyatt. Yeah, he's hitting Bray Wyatt in the head with this kendo stick
That's glow in the dark.
that's glow in the dark. Bray Wyatt's no selling it in his red mask that is red and black mask that's also glowing in the dark. And he walks Bray Wyatt to the entrance, or not to the entrance, but kind of like off to the side of the entrance, where there's this big black box, and on top of that box is Uncle Howdy, who did who jumps off the box. Oh, by the way, Bray Wyatt at some point he got control of LA Knight and knocked him down, so he's laying on the ground
Well, as he was
in front.
climbing, so LA Knight's hitting him repeatedly with the glow in the dark kendo sticks and his glow in the dark mask. But
That he's not selling.
yeah, Wyatt's he keeps going forward like Jason, and then as soon as he gets within arm's reach, he just gets him in the mandible claw.
Yeah, so he incapacitates LA Knight. He's now laying down on top of this box, Uncle Howdy. And then from the heavens, Uncle Howdy gives the elbow drop to LA Knight. And then as he makes contact, and I put that in quotes. Let me talk about that. But as he makes contact, Pyro shoots up flames, and I've got this big explosion thing happening. And then after, and then after the explosion, you see the live adaptation of the Firefly Funhouse characters on top of that box, and they're all looking on.
Yep.
Yeah. And then McAfee even says, "What the hell did I just see?"
So what? It took McAfee.
He was being real. He was like, "What the hell did I just see?"
I mean,
And I couldn't, I am the sports entertainer of the two of us, but I can't even tell you what this was.
so
But it'll be memorable.
when do
I
you
can
think
tell you
LA
that.
Knight? When do you think LA Knight's going to wrestle Roman Reigns for the title?
Uh, I don't think he will.
Yeah, I don't think he will either because of this shit. There's no fucking way he bounces back from getting fucking exploded by a fucking masked man that does the shocker gesture every week.
Well,
And he just did a glow in the dark match with a fucking glow in the dark idiot in mood lighting.
you asked me when he was going to wrestle Roman Reigns for the title, and I said I don't think he will. That doesn't mean I think he's buried, because I
Oh,
think
he's
he's going to
buried.
win.
He literally got
predict-
exploded
Well,
while
I
farm
think he's going to
animals
win.
while Funny Farm just looks on.
Well, I still think he's going to win Money in the Bank, and
No.
he's going to. So that's why I say I don't know if he's going to cash in on Roman Reigns, because he's going to win Money in the Bank. He's going to have the contract, but is Roman Reigns going to have the titles at that point?
I'd almost bet money LA Knight's not gonna win Money in the Bank.
Then who is?
Not LA Knight.
Who is?
If I were
You
to
can't just.
if I were to say right now, it'd be Sami Zayn.
Well, you know, Money in the Bank's like all the way in July.
Yeah. They're trying to get to that 1,000 days, aren't they?
Yeah, they're about to be at. Well, no, around WrestleMania, I think they'll be 900 something.
Yeah, it won't be 1,000.
Well, I know it won't be 1,000, which tells you where I already predict that WrestleMania main event's going. But um, yeah, I don't know. I don't know what else to say about this
All right, let's just move on. It was
this
stupid.
section.
So disappointing. Like,
Um,
remember when he came and it was so exciting because he came back and he's not going to be hampered by Vince's visions and his constrictions anymore. Well, if this is him fucking unfettered, take him back.
well, a lot of people are down on this. I'm down on Bray Wyatt as a whole, but I still think he's 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 going to be in the most talked about segment each pay per view, each time he's wrestling.
Just because it's the most
Um,
talked about doesn't mean it's the best.
and
He was in the most talked about segments when he was in the Fiend too, and that wasn't good shit.
well, and I think I believe I've been the one that says we don't need him wrestling because his character is above wrestling.
Actually, I
And
said
now
you needed to
see,
start a podcast because all he wants to do is yap his gums, and then he wants to do some spooky shit and mood lighting with glow in the dark objects and
well,
farm animals
now you see what happens when we get in the
and
ring.
and exploding boxes.
Yeah, you see what happens when we get in the ring. We get this. So back when he was talking, this is a lot better.
I guess I can't disagree with that. All right, let's move on. Fuck him.
um, we move on to Bianca Belair versus Alexa Bliss, women's tag team, or I'm sorry, women's title match. Um, Bianca Belair wins this match. There's really also nothing to this match. I wouldn't say it was a bad match, but it wasn't a good match either.
It was a lot better than their
Um,
last match where it looked like Bliss just started. I mean, she's bad, but that last match, she just looked like it was her first day in the ring. She was messing up, and their timing was off, and it just didn't look like they had any rhythm to what they were doing. This one, oh, and it, she basically got her ass kicked until she got the upper hand at one point in their last match. So I mean, there goes your credible threat. You know, if the champion's just
yeah,
gonna easily beat them. But this one, they start off with the worst punches ever. But Bliss Bliss starts off with some momentum, and she takes it to Belair, but ultimately Belair gets the upper hand and she wins. I think both of them are awful, but the one that sucks less, I guess, won. And then after after that, we get a spooky video that Uncle Howdy plays because we haven't seen enough of the spooky Uncle Howdy and the farm animals and the glowing shit.
yeah. As Michael Cole says, that's the guy who just jumped off the.
Yeah,
So, Uncle Howdy, it's really the same promo thing that played on Raw,
yeah,
where it's like
it's the
at the
exact same
playground,
thing.
abandoned, yeah, the abandoned playground, where he's saying, "Do you think you're in control, or do you feel in control?" That's what he's actually saying, and yeah, that's how the segment goes off.
Yeah, whatever. If I never see Alexa Bliss again, I'll be okay with that.
Well,
Unfortunately, they're probably going to do more with that, and that's sad to me.
well, they're moving on.
Well, I'm not necessarily with Belair, just with Bliss. she's going to
Yeah.
still be there. And they're going to continue this, whatever it is. And it's going to be awful.
No, they're moving on.
Who's moving on?
Bliss and Belair.
I know that. What I'm saying is that the Uncle Howdy,
Oh.
they're going to do
Yeah,
something. They're going to progress
that's
that.
right. We got a story there.
Yeah. Can't wait.
You don't need to. That's for us. It's funny. Bray Wyatt was doing the post-show interview thing, and he said some people look at it as a sport, and some people look at it as a show. I was like, well, that's us. You look at it as a sport, I look at it as a show. I want to be entertained. You want to be bangered.
Because it's supposed to be a sport first and foremost. The show is
you
supposed
want
to. The
you want
show
your
is supposed to
bangers, I want my
enhance the sport.
entertainment.
The show enhances the sport. The wrestling is the sport. Now the separate storylines, that's the show within the sport. It's not unlike, I don't know, the rivalry between the Ravens or the Cowboys not winning a playoff game for 30 years.
Okay. There's no reason to drag the Cowboys into this.
Or the Browns
There you go.
being the Browns. You know, there's that story. But the sport itself is still football. And if it doesn't matter how many playoff games the Cowboys win or lose, if the game itself isn't good, then it really doesn't matter.
Actually, I think I'd speak for a lot of fans and say we don't care how the game is as long as we win. It could be ugly. It could be 2-3. As long as we win, I don't care how we get there.
So if the Cowboys were just, I don't know, if the Cowboys were playing a team that just sat and twiddled their thumbs, like they literally just sat Indian style.
And we won? Yeah.
Okay.
That.
And then you do it next week, and the week after that, and the week after that, and the week after that, and the week after that. Like, at what point do you just stop watching because you know what's going to happen?
Once they win the Super Bowl.
Which would be the first
and
year.
Then I'll come back next year.
And they'll do the same thing. It won't be unpredictable. So essentially what you're doing is you're just waiting until it's still Super Bowl. And then what you're going to be doing is you're going to watch the second half. Then what you're going to be doing is you're just only going to watch the second half of the Super Bowl. Then it's going to turn into the last quarter. Then it's going to turn into the last, 2 minutes. Oh, I'm going to watch the last 2 minutes of the Cowboys winning. That's what it's going to
be. Maybe for
and then eventually
most people.
It's just going to be like, well, all they do is play teams that just literally sit on their ass and twiddle their thumbs.
You're talking about for most people, not for me. Be there all. No, I'm not gonna sit there and watch the whole game, but I'll be there the whole game. I'll check in on it, leave the TV running, check in, so I am here in distance. But yeah, I don't know what got us off on that tangent.
Who knows?
Because I said Bray Wyatt said some people call it a show, some people. The good thing about wrestling is some people look at it as a show, some people look at it as a sport. So it's for everyone.
But it's a sport,
though. We go in from that match. We go to the Women's Royal Rumble, and I know you didn't, so I did. We
I will
start
say,
off number one.
real quick,
Mhm.
the only thing I saw was Asuka. Um, I saw her come out, and I immediately sat up, and then she took her mask off. And I know that she's doing the Kana thing, but she looked kind of like a reject from the band Kiss. I think it was the sparkly blue. But I like the direction that they're going with her.
Yeah, she's definitely uh has had her character change.
And then
Um,
from what I gathered, it was essentially the same thing as the men's Royal Rumble, where you had Damage Control as the team that was running Rampage, and then you had Ripley. She started off at number one. She lasted all the way, and of course, she had to have her little record too.
yeah, she was the first woman to
Yeah.
win from the number one position,
Hope her plane crashes.
and she lasted the longest. So yeah, Rhea was number one. Liv Morgan was number two. They said weird stuff on commentary that Liv Morgan asked for the number two spot, and that's why she is number two. That's why I said it. That's why I said it was weird because in the pre-show they spent the whole pre-show showing everybody grabbing numbers to see what number they were in.
Right.
So how did she get to go and ask while everybody else is grabbing their numbers? Um,
Well, I think
and
I think
then
asking for
also,
the earlier number isn't that big of a deal.
well, also, if you're gonna ask, then why not ask for the number one spot instead of the number two spot?
Because she wants
Because
to.
if you,
She's proven that she's Mick Foley.
well, I'm saying if you're gonna win from the number one spot. In history, no one remembers who won from the number two spot. I don't think anybody's won from the number two spot. It's always the number one spot.
I don't know. I don't pay attention to when
Like
they do the stats that nobody asked for.
even if you're starting the match, you still being the first one out. But I guess that's like a little nitpick. She didn't win anyway.
She did. She
Dana
did
Brooke.
last all the way to the end though, which is another reason why I was glad I didn't watch it. If I'd have watched fucking Liv Morgan last the entire
Oh,
Royal Rumble.
it gets worse. Dana Brooke is next,
Yeah.
followed by Emma, followed by Bailey, followed by B Fab.
What's
B
BFAB?
Fab
Oh, thank you.
B Fab is the third. She's the third member of Hit Row, and she lasted all but I don't know 2 minutes, and then she was eliminated by Rhea Ripley.
Okay.
Uh, Next up we have Roxy or Roxanne Perez, as you would know her in NXT, the champion.
Oh, so they got an NXT person.
They did.
Hmm.
After that, the women's tag team champions Dakota Kai, Io Sky came out.
Together?
Um, no, they were like the next two.
Oh, okay.
So then Damage Control starts to go on a little run.
Yep.
They eliminate Dana Brooke, Emma, and Roxy. Um, I will say though, they seem to be very big on Roxanne Perez. She, like commentary, they were building her up. Oh, she's the NXT champion. She's gonna be the future of this division. Um, she had a spot where she did like she was gonna do like a Hurricane Rana, uh, but she did like two passes over Rhea Ripley. I don't know, but it woke, but the crowd was into it. Um, but yeah, she got eliminated. Out then next comes Natalia and Candice LeRae. Oh, I messed up.
It's okay.
Anyway,
Nobody cares.
Shayna Baszler was out there at some point, and then yeah, uh, I forgot to write that down. But so Shayna Baszler and Natalya, there was a moment where Shayna Baszler had Natalya outside the ring, on the apron. She's doing the Karafuda clutch. Damage Control knocks them both off the apron. And next we have Zoe Stark, Xia Li. At After they entered the ring, Candice LeRae gets eliminated by Damage Control. So as you can see, Damage Control has eliminated a lot of the field. Um, but finally, we get a stop put to that, kind of, because Becky Lynch comes out, the man. So, she's out there to take down Damage Control. And she hits the ring. Tegan Knox hits the ring. Asuka hits the ring with new music and a new look. She's the Kana look now. She has short hair, and her face is white with the blue glitter, and then she had like black on her eyes. Probably racist here, but she looked really Asian there. I was like, man, she looks really, really Chinese there. Like, I don't remember her being that Chinese.
She's Japanese.
Yeah, I'm just saying, her eyes are really. Anyway. Um, Piper Niven was after Asuka. Oh, when she got in the ring with her new music, she did eliminate Tegan Knox.
Mm.
Piper Niven was next, formerly known as Dewdrop, so she's gotten her name back. After that was Tamina, known Mina than Tamina. After that, we finally get to see Chelsea Green, but she lasts all of 5 seconds and
Who's
is
Chelsea
eliminated
Green?
by. That is Zack Ryder's wife.
Oh.
Um, but yeah, she lasted all of 5 seconds as she is eliminated by Rhea Ripley. Um, Following that, Becky Lynch eliminates Damage Control. Sans Bailey. She did not eliminate Bailey. She just eliminated the tag team champions. But through all the distraction, Bailey was able to eliminate Becky Lynch. And then, still through that distraction, Liv Morgan was able to eliminate Bailey. So these all happened like clustered together.
Mm.
Next up, we have Zelina Vega. She comes out. They noted that she's one of the commentator voices for Street Fighter 6. And she came out as a Street Fighter 6 character. Don't know who it is. But she came out dressed as cosplay as a Street Fighter 6 character. And there was a moment in this match where her and Xia Li, who was also looking like a Street Fighter character, on the apron they started to do like a Street Fighter sequence. Yeah, not exaggerating this. Like they get up and they do their poses on the apron. By the way, they get up and they do their poses, and then Michael Cole talks about them being Street Fighter characters, and then yeah. Anyway,
Like Michael Cole knows what Street Fighter is.
yeah. I mean, he knows how to do his ad reads.
Yeah.
Zelina Vega gets the better of this and eliminates Xia Li. Next is Raquel Rodriguez to a big pop, but that's also because she's in Texas and from Texas. Um, it was also pointed out to me that she was wearing Selena inspired gear. Uh, so I guess that's important because it's
Okay.
in San Antonio. Um, Next, we have Meechin, Lacey Evans, Michelle McCool. Uh, Michelle McCool was sitting ringside with her family, minus the Undertaker, and then her music hits, and she takes off her coat and gets in the match from the front row.
God,
Um,
it's fucking stupid.
so yeah, she gets in. She eliminates Tamina. Next, we have Indy Hartwell, Sonya Deville. Um, Sonya Deville, she immediately eliminates Zoe Stark. Lacey Evans then eliminates Zelina Vega. Then out next we have Shotzi. Shotzi eliminates. I'm sorry, Sonya eliminates Indy.
What number are we at?
We're almost there.
Jesus. Feels like there's more women
Um,
than there are men.
yeah, so we got Sonya eliminating Indy Hartwell. Nikki Cross is next. And then our final member, the returning Nia Jax. And Nia, everybody's surprised to see her back. The whole locker room, they're still playing up that the locker room hates her. And she gets eliminated by everybody in the Royal Rumble. And then Lacey Evans gets eliminated by Raquel Rodriguez.
That was your
So
picks,
they
right?
were, they were my pick. Asuka was eliminated by Sonya Deville. Michelle McCool was eliminated. Piper Niven. These these came quick, so I didn't get like who did it. And then Raquel Rodriguez got eliminated. So we're down to. Oh, I missed. So our final three: Liv Morgan, Rhea Ripley, Asuka. They're fighting. So all three are fighting on the apron. There was a moment where Asuka was going to miss Rhea Ripley. She miss Rhea Ripley ducks it, so she hits Liv Morgan with the mist. Rhea Ripley then eliminates Asuka with a kind of like a sweep, and then you have this moment where Liv Morgan she she's trying to eliminate Rhea Ripley because she's hanging on the ropes, a la like Shawn Michaels. But I'm sorry, Liv Morgan, she can't find her because she just got misted. And then Rhea Ripley kind of does the Shawn Michaels get back into the ring thing, but instead she wraps her legs around Liv Morgan's head and then flings her off of the apron for the win. And Rhea Ripley, the Eradicator, is your Women's Royal Rumble winner. Going on to WrestleMania, probably to face Bianca Belair. But she could face Charlotte Flair. She could, but there you go. I think it was much better than the men's Royal Rumble because it was, yeah, it was predictable, but it was a little bit less predictable than it was for the men.
I don't know. It sounded like the same thing. Kind of. I mean, where you had the person that started lasted till the end, and then they have a contentious finish. The only difference is the person that started actually won this one,
Yeah,
and they had NXT people.
they did, and there was much more surprises, I guess. But that didn't. That was what. That's not what made it a better match. The fact that they had surprises, but at the same time, you want the Royal Rumble to be unpredictable. It's
Right.
like the big draw of the Royal Rumble is to, oh, you never know who's gonna come out next. But yeah, there you go. There's your Women's Royal Rumble match. But that leads us to our main event.
But what a main event it was too.
Yes, it was Kevin Owens versus Roman Reigns with Sami Zayn by his side.
Right off the bat, I noticed that there was a genius with a tribal queef sign, and I thought that was just hilarious.
Yeah, that was that was definitely definitely an interesting sign to, and he caught it right on the hard camera too.
Yeah, it was right in Roman's face too, so you know he saw it.
Yeah, um, and I was thinking I was like, isn't that what Edge called him
I don't
a
know,
long time ago? Well,
maybe
I think it was a callback to what Edge called him.
that's probably why they didn't take it away then.
Or it, I think he just held it up at that moment too.
Yeah, maybe.
Like, oh, I'm gonna wait. I know I know I'm gonna get caught on this one. But yeah, you have Roman Reigns. He gets his
Three and a
long
half hour
intro.
entrance. Yeah,
It was actually I timed it. It was actually 5 minutes only.
that's like a song.
But yeah, he hits the ring. Um, as the bell rings, the crowd is immediately behind Sami Zayn. You get a chant of
Sammy
Sami
Uso.
Uso. Yeah, you get your Sami Uso chant, and uh, this is before they even lock up. And then you have Kevin Owens telling Roman they don't care about you.
Yeah,
Um, and then we get into the actual match. It was a pretty slow pace match to start off with, as pretty much all Roman Reigns matches are, and then the heat up at the end.
it was great
Um,
though because think about it. Kevin Owens, like ever since War Games, he's been doing nothing but tear through the bloodline. He's been through the Usos and in both tag matches and singles matches. He just went through Sakoa Joe. He's been getting the upper hand, and like he'll attack them as a group. He'll fend them off with chairs and stuff. So he finally gets Roman one on one, and he runs into a brick wall. He's not going to manhandle Roman like he did with the others.
yeah,
Roman puts him in his place quick.
yeah. So Roman's controlling this match. I guess to kind of pick it up towards the end, there was a spot here where the referee he gets incidentally contact, so he's out for a little bit.
He's out for the rest of the day.
And no, it wasn't the rest of the day. It was out for only a little bit.
There wasn't a different ref. I didn't even pay attention.
No, no, it was the same ref.
Okay.
So as the ref gets knocked out, Roman Reigns tells Sami Zayn, "Get me a chair." And Sami Zayn's like, "You told me not to do anything." And Roman's like, "I'm telling you right now to go get a chair." So Sami Zayn he goes and gets the chair.
It's like he's never gotten a chair before in his life,
Yeah, so he goes over to the ring announcers section,
where there's clearly not any chairs.
and then you have Paul Heyman yelling at him, "The chairs are under the ring."
Yeah.
So he goes under the ring and he gets the chair, and he's hesitating to give it to Roman Reigns. And then finally he does give it to Roman Reigns, and this took so long, Kevin Owens was able to recuperate.
Of course.
He hits, I think he hits Reigns with a stunner,
Yeah.
and then
Yeah.
he goes for the pin, and then we get a very, very close near fall off of that pin. And at this moment, you have Sami Zayn's like, "Oh shit." But yeah, Roman Reigns he kicks out, um, and then to kind of the end of the match is we're on the outside, and Roman Reigns takes Kevin Owens. So if you can imagine the stairs,
Steel stairs.
and yeah, the steel stairs, and as you're like the steps of the stairs that you would walk up. So we're in the front of the stairs, facing the actual stairs, and Roman Reigns throws Kevin Owens backwards into the stairs and
Twice.
sold it to where, yeah, sold it to where it looks like the the sausage meat part of Kevin Owens' head. So like where his neck and his head meet, that hit the
Oh, yeah.
corner of the stairs.
It looked brutal.
Yeah. And not only did he, it wasn't good enough to do it once. He did it again, and he threw Kevin Owens into the stairs again. And then we get the spear and a dominant win over Kevin Owens.
Yes.
Because yeah, from that point, you knew Kevin Owens was out of it.
Yeah. How can you not be?
Yeah. Then we go into post match, and this is where the story just gets even better. So post match, Kevin Owens, post match, Roman Reigns, he starts to continue the beatdown on Kevin Owens. Out come the Bloodline, it's Usos and Solo, and they're all taking turns beating up Kevin Owens.
Usos give him the 1D.
Yeah, just punches, and then they give him the 1D. Roman Reigns, he asked for handcuffs.
Whoa, before that, Sokoa Joe does the Umaga chair thing.
Oh, was that before that?
Yeah. Then they handcuffed Owens.
Yeah, so... yeah, so... yeah, that gives you a good view into how brutal it was.
Yeah.
So yeah, we get the 1D, and then Solo Sikoa, he does what he did to Matt Riddle to write him off TV. Chair wedged in his head, and then does the hip attack into the turnbuckle, and then they handcuff Kevin Owens to the ropes. There's a great line. So Roman Reigns, he's like, "Wise man, I need some handcuffs," and Paul Heyman said, "Hey, whenever the tribal chief wants handcuffs, I have handcuffs."
Paul Heyman's great.
So, yeah. So they hang him to they handcuff him to the ropes. There's two handcuffs, so it's like his arms are spread out. and the Usos now are taking turns super kicking him in like a Congo line.
They super kick the fuck out of him. I've never seen so many super kicks in all my life. The Young Bucks would have like felt shame.
Yeah, it was a super kick party. It was like one at a time, and then they started doing it together. They were just super kicking the shit out of him.
Yeah.
And so yeah, they incapacitate Kevin Owens, and then Roman Reigns finally, he's stepping in to take his turn, and he grabs the chair that was introduced earlier that maybe never got to use, and he's gonna go hit a handcuff Kevin Owens. He's about to hit him with the chair. At which point, Sami Zayn, he steps in front of Kevin Owens, and he says, "You don't have to do this. This is You've already proven your point. This is beneath you. And Roman Reigns is like, you're right. And then he holds his hands out and hands Sami Zayn a chair. He was like, you're right. This is beneath me. I don't need to do this. You need to do this. So we have Sami Zayn left with a decision. I guess this was his final test. Can you really attack Kevin Owens and prove that you're in the bloodline? And Sami Zayn, he's holding the chair. At first, he's hesitant to do it. And again, Kevin Owens still handcuffed through all this. So he's hesitant to do it. Roman Reigns is like, this is what you wanted. You're being part of the bloodline. I'm giving you everything. This guy's holding you back from being the main event. Yada yada yada. Just go ahead and do it, and we can move on from this. There's no turning back now. It kind of reminded me of like in the gangster movies before, like someone's about to go like initiate into a gang.
Yeah.
It's like there's no turning back from this moment. Like once you're in, you in. So yeah, Reigns tells him all this. Sami Zayn still holding the chair. And then as Reigns turns around, so now, if you can imagine, the Usos are by the ropes. Sami Zayn is in between them, and then Roman Reigns is in front of Sami Zayn, and then Kevin Owens is in front of that. And as Reigns is looking at Kevin Owens, waiting for Sami Zayn to hit Kevin Owens, Sami Zayn finally makes his decision. He picks up the chair, and wham! It's Roman Reigns in his back. And immediately, so Roman Reigns, he falls down, and immediately, Sami Zayn, he turns and looks at the Usos. You have Jey Uso's like, why would you do this? We've been treating you as a brother.
Mm-hmm.
It was so emotional. And Sami Zayn said, I don't know what he said. It's something about he had to.
Yeah.
And he didn't fight it. He just dropped the chair. And yeah, Jay's over there. He's emotional. Jimmy, he doesn't know what to do, and then finally he super kicks Sami Zayn. And then Roman Reigns starts to get his pound of flesh.
Well, doesn't Jay jump on him?
Oh yeah, he did.
Okay.
So we get the super kick, and now no, it was a little bit after that. So we get the super kick. Jay starts to hammer Sammy. I'm sorry, no, Jimmy starts to hammer Sammy.
Okay.
Jay never touches him.
That wasn't okay. I thought Jimmy super kicked him, and then I thought Jay got on top of him and started hitting him.
No, that was also Jimmy.
Okay.
Jay never touched it.
Okay. Good item.
Like
because you can't fucking fast forward or rewind on Peacock.
Yeah, he stood in the corner the whole time, like emotional.
Okay.
And then Solo, he picks, he throws Jimmy off of Sammy, picks him up, and then does the Samoan spike. And then Roman Reigns, he starts to get in, starts pounding Sammy. And then at which point, after the beatdown, as he's standing tall, you have, and they go to get the lay, you have the whole crowd chanting, fuck you, Roman. Which, they were invested in this.
Right.
And finally we look over to Jay, being Roman. He looks over at Jay, and Jay doesn't know how to act. He just basically gets out of the ring and walks off because he's not going to be part of this. Because again, Sami Zayn was like a brother to him,
Right.
and he finally accepted him, and so there's so many layers of that, and then back in the ring, um, Roman starts to pedal his lay or Sammy's lay. He starts to throw the pedals on him, and that's how we go off the air.
That's how we go off the
As
air.
Sami Zayn is laying flat on his back, Roman Reigns is standing tall, Kevin Owens is still handcuffed after the ass whooping he took.
Well, and the best part is, as they're all leaving, Jimmy gives him one more super kick.
Oh
Just,
yeah,
just for, just no reason. They're just walking, and he just super kicks them. Now, this is great. I still think it's rushed, but at least they're going somewhere with it. I guess my only issue is, like, not a couple weeks ago, Sami Zayn was gearing to do to Kevin Owens what Samoa Joe did with the chair. So, I mean, for him to get a queasy stomach now, it's just a little weird.
well, yeah, yeah, I can see that.
But, I mean, he had to turn on Roman at some, or he had to separate from the bloodline some eventually. So, better late than never. And I don't know. Are we going to gear up for Elimination Chamber? Are we going to gear up for WrestleMania? I don't see Sammy and Roman being a WrestleMania match, but I don't know.
Well, you still don't see it,
Nope.
and I say, how can you not see it after that
Because he just got
ending?
annihilated.
I know, but after that ending, after how invested the crowd was into it, like when we ended the night, were you thinking about Cody Rhodes being in WrestleMania? No.
Yes.
You were thinking about what's going to happen next with this bloodline story that doesn't involve Cody Rhodes in any way.
Well, I was just thinking that, oh, okay, so Sammy on Monday is going to talk about how he got his ass kicked and how he had to do the right thing, and there's
Oh,
going
we're
to
not
be.
seeing Sammy for a while,
You don't think so?
or Kevin.
I don't know. Like, I'm expecting to see Kevin Owens like the next taping.
He'll be there tomorrow.
Yeah, he'll be at main event. Hey guys.
I don't know. I don't think we see them for a while.
Well, they win though. We're talking about it.
Yeah, I mean it. For me, it showed me how much this story is the story. Like this just proves that the payoff is a WrestleMania moment.
Yeah.
Like
Be a
with
Wrestle
how invested,
be a WrestleMania moment for Roman.
you know, Sami Zayn even had an interview with Ariel Helwani.
Where he said he could be a top guy.
No, he said he can't be a top guy,
Oh.
but he could be a champion. And he said you got to remember the top guy and the champion are two different things, or the face and the champion. For instance, Kane was the champion, but Stone Cold was the face. Mankind was the champion, but The Rock was the face. He didn't say that. I'm just saying that.
I don't see him being a champion. At least not the world champion. They'd have to,
Yeah, but he
unless
pretty
Roman
much.
loses it to somebody weaker, and they have to like dilute it a couple champions for Sammy to get it.
Well,
Like the Miz would have to
if
get
if
it.
Roman loses it, then uh, then the Sammy window's closed. Like this whole thing, it's only because of this bloodline story that Sammy's even a conversation.
Unless Sammy
So if
costs
this,
him the title, and that leads to a program with Roman.
oh, I don't want to see that. No one wants to see that.
Why not?
Cause talking about it being for a title. Like if it's just Sammy versus Roman for I don't know respect, I don't want to see that.
It wouldn't be respect. It
It'd
would
be
just be
worthless.
it'd be Roman wanting to get his pound of flesh for costing him the title. It'd be the same match. Roman would just beat the shit out of Sammy and then win.
And then you have, yeah, it would be really worthless. But more and more people are starting to get to this whole Sami Zayn thing.
Yeah, it's not
Just
there.
remember, you heard it here first. And you know when when you believe it's a show, then you can see things like that.
Well, I guess we'll see.
Yep. But if you disagree with anything, let us know in the comments. If you agree with anything, let us know in the comments. Don't forget to hit the like button and subscribe and all the social media stuff. But until next time, Top Guys out.